Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Wednesday, April the 24th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. You guys can hear me, see my screen. Maybe somebody in YouTube, if you can do the same, that'll help me. Thank you. All right, guys. Well, look at Tesla. So, you know what I was saying yesterday, that a lot of the bad news may have already been built in on the steady decline that Tesla had. So they released earnings after hours, and look what happened. Now, very rarely do we see a stock with 2.7 billion in the float move 11%. Anyway, so Tesla, it's not that the earnings were stellar, believe me. It was just, I think, well, first of all, they're cutting 10% of their workforce. I think that was already kind of in the works. Also, they're talking about, again, trying to introduce a low price model, I think using existing technology, et cetera. So that's the Tesla story right now, guys. How long will that last? I don't know. The next high on the weekly chart is 170 or so. Anybody in YouTube, just give me a heads up. I just want to make sure you guys can hear me and see my screen, okay? So I can keep moving on. In general, also, Kweb, guys, I just want to, if you're into the China stocks, thank you, Pepe. Kweb, so China's having a nice pop. Actually, a great 3 days now, or the third day. Look at Kweb, China ETF. So if you're into some of the China stocks, I saw Billy here somewhere, BILI. I didn't want to put it down because I think there's just a lot of other stocks that are moving. So here's Kweb. Now, some of the other, there are a lot of earnings plays here, guys, but I want to, first of all, Riley. Yeah, look at Riley. This is not an earnings play. Thank you, Raul. Not an earnings play, but they came out and basically said, well, I'll put the little headline. The results of an independent investigation confirmed that the company and its executives had no involvement with or knowledge, etc. I don't know who this Brian Kahn was. I guess he was. Anyway, I guess that was the reason why I suppose Riley was doing all this. Started in November of last year. Anyway, they appear to be absolved by independent auditors. Maybe not auditors, but an independent law firm. Now, look at it right here. It's right at the 200-day moving average. The reason, of course, we can still be interested in it is if you look left for Riley, RILY, on the weekly chart, look at all the gap, or look at the gap to this 4150 level. A lot of resistance there, but of course, that's still $10 to go. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but a lot of room on this weekly chart anyway. Now, this is a very low float also, 16 million in the float for a fairly expensive stock. And before I go on, here's our leaderboard, guys. So it really didn't change that much at the end. Andre K still leads, 83,000. Mr. G at 51, and our own Oliver at 48. And I think Blaine is sometimes in the room. I don't think anybody else here. So again, no trading until the market opens. So we'll have to see what happens on day 2 of the challenge. EVO, I believe this is an earnings play. Just got hammered down on earnings, guys. Down 33%. German stock. This looks like this is an all-time low. This is an all-time low. Wow, Evo, all-time low now. This is a bio. So Evo, an all-time low, EVO. VRT. This is an earnings play also. VRT, a little more expensive one, but big pop up on earnings. And this is an all-time high. Yeah, this is an all-time high right now. VRT, it's a big move with that float, another big one. Actually, Brad, when I looked yesterday on the calendar list, it wasn't even there. So they may have pulled it for a while. Uh, I'm talking to Brad in our main room, talking about FBGL. It's an IPO out of Singapore. It was supposed to, well, they said this week, but I noticed it was yanked. Let me do a quick check again. Check my IPO calendar and see if it's back. But it was gone yesterday. Okay, so let's take a look at the calendar. Yeah, not here at all now. Not even listed for next week. Now it's I still have it as a price alert, of course. Maybe it's yanked off this one. Maybe there's another calendar that has it, but it was on this calendar before. These IPOs now are certainly starting to warm up. These cheap ones, cheap China, NCI was wonderful yesterday. The one day wonder. Well, I don't know. I maybe today, but it would have to take out the high of yesterday. Probably not. Now, Texas Instruments. I haven't heard of them forever. Anyway, Texas Instruments, TXN, big earnings release. Not quite an all-time high, but look at this. Look at this pop. Another. I mean, these are big moves on 907 million in the float. Set almost a 7% move. After hours released earnings. You can see the move area on my 15-minute chart. That is the after hours. Of course, the tan is the pre-market, and that is a big, big gap up. And I guess it's putting a charge into the semis. The Susquehanna raising it to 205 from 200 price target. Now, this has no volume yet, guys, but I just want to mention this one has really no volume yet. AEYE has no volume yet, only 21,000 shares. Released earnings after hours. Okay, so that was the gap. Gap is holding. Just have to wait and see. And is this an all-time high? This is, sorry, it's not an all-time high. But just have to wait and see. Once the market opens, I'm sure the volume is going to pick up. Hasbro is also an earnings play. Hasbro is an earnings play. Nice gap up for it. This released this morning through the 200-day. Well, that was through the 200-day yesterday. Well, held the 200-day, that blue line in my daily chart. So it's through the 200-day. And on a weekly chart, has still some room, $66 or so. Yeah, $66 the next time, not quite, 65.91 next high in the weekly chart. So it has room. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just showing where it could go before it hits any sort of resistance. AMST, this is not an earnings play. This is an AI play, guys. They released something called Nurse Magic app. And let me get the fuller announcement in. Here we go. To empower 5.2 million nurses with AI tools. Okay, so that is the reason for AMST. Now this is a low float, 1.7 million in the float. And unfortunately not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Big pop up through the 200-day moving average. And this one, but I guess it's given most of it back. This was a late bloomer. I don't even see it here. Keep you in suspense. Yeah, I don't even see it now. Cyto, CYTO. It's probably giving it all up. Yeah, look at that. Big pop up, 230, right back down. Excuse me, right back down. My lowest one up is 8%. Okay, down here, Billy. And it's hard to read, I know, but I can see it. Hook is 7.8%. So Cyto is at 5%. At one point, it was way up here. Of course, when it was up at 230. Announces the publication of positive results from Bentrio trial, seasonal allergic rhinitis. And BOF, this is at the top of the list. I haven't really mentioned it. This is Branch Out Food. Now, never heard of this one. Low float, 3.2 million. I'm just going to take a look at edible, EDBL. I want to see if there's any relationship. I don't mean a business relationship, but same sector or something like that, because so this is crop farming, because edible's been on a tear. This is dried. This is the drill down into the sector. Dried and dehydrated food manufacturing. So anyway, I don't know. Let's keep an eye on this one. BOF, low float, 3.2 million in the float. They announced third contract with the nation's largest retailer, totaling 8 million, which it will give them 8 million in annualized revenue. So dried fruit products, okay? Expected to enter 1,400 stores in September of 2024. All right, well, good news for this company. Now, the market is unfortunately, I was watching it at the beginning here, it was up here, but we're putting in three red bars here. So we're actually just barely positive on the SPY, guys. Okay. Had a nice day yesterday. Wondering if we could have 3 days in a row of red of green. Let's take a look at the major sectors. So I'm actually going to click on file. And I'm going to load from my cloud my sector status. As my computer revs up. All right. So what you're seeing here, look at energy. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors, XLE, the major ETF for energy. 85% in red. What does that mean? That means that 85% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. Now remember, the market had a great day yesterday, but energy did not. Actually, I shouldn't say that. Energy is down right now. Okay, I shouldn't say it. Shouldn't say that, or shouldn't say it like that. So what I'm looking for is to see if there's any stock in any one of these major sectors that is running counter to the pre-market trend. So for instance, I see EOG is a little bit green here, but it's only up 0.6%, okay, something like that. If I saw EOG was up like 5%, then I might take a look at that because, and we'd probably have to pay attention because why would it be up so much when its overall sector is down? Could be an earnings play, could be some news. So that's what I'm doing right now is just kind of scouring to see. So yeah, utilities. Well, here's STLD. You know, in its sector, 63% of these stocks are down in its sector. This one is up 2.86%. Let's see if it's, yeah, and you see, it's an earnings play. For instance, this is an earnings play. So you might want to watch STLT. It's running counter to the sector. Okay, STLD. Not a lot of volume yet, but I'm sure the volume is going to pick up once the market opens. See if we can find another one here. Well, it's interesting. Now, remember, these 91% of the stocks are down, okay, in the energy sector. Doesn't mean that they're all crashing. You know, even if a stock is down 0.00001%, it's going to be in the red list, okay? So it's not like everything is crashing. So I guess the one to kind of watch maybe is ASTLD. But again, there's no volume yet. You got to wait for the volume to pick up. Renee. Good morning. Now let's take a look at the because we had the nice day yesterday. I want to see how some of these stocks now are in relation, or some of these sectors in relation to their 200-day moving average. So XLE, I'm wrong. You know, XLE actually for the last 3 days has been pretty good. This is the energy sector. I think what happened yesterday. Oops. I think what happened yesterday is that same thing as today. Started off in the pre-market. Most of the stocks were down. Uh, just give me a moment. Do a reset. See if I get my top list back. Happens every now and then. See, my top lists are fine here, so I don't know. It happens every now and then. Doesn't happen for AMST guys. AMST is on the move here. AMST on the move. It's just making new highs. Okay. Now let me take a look at consumer discretionary. That was one that was definitely below the 200-day moving average. Let's see what it is doing now. Ah, look at this. Look at this. So yesterday it popped above the 200-day moving average, and now it's above it. So that was one that was below. So we may be back in everything, all the major sectors above the 200-day moving average again. Yeah, I think that was the one. Materials, I think, might have been a little bit close. XLB, take a look at XLB. Nope. I think we're back then at everything is now above the 200-day moving average. Now that discretionary is above. Yeah. And again, if you're wondering why I talk about the 200-day moving average, it's just probably there's utilities continuing to move away. Probably the most widely followed metric there is out there. I'm somebody who doesn't use a lot of indicators, but I'm certainly aware of where the 200-day moving average is. And the other one that I'm aware of is the VWAP. Other than that, I really don't pay that much attention to anything else. And that, if you pay attention to other things, that's fine. I'm not that's not I'm not saying you have to do what I do, but I just don't. I used to follow them all. Them all. I used to have a lot more that I followed, but I just found it too confusing. So, and that's years and years and years ago when I decided, I want to make it simple for me anyway. All right, guys. Well, it looks like so everything is above all consumer staples. Let's take a look at consumer staples. I'm pretty sure that's above too, but let me just take a quick look. Consumer staples, XLP. Yeah. So again, all the major sectors now that discretionary is above the 200-day, are all above the 200-day moving average. Yeah, a bunch of them tomorrow draw. Some big ones tomorrow. We went over them. We're talking to draw in our main room. We're talking about IPOs, and there are a bunch of them tomorrow. None of the cheap ones though that I could see. Anybody have another IPO list? I have another one. I don't know if I have the time to look at it and see if maybe if FBGL is there. Sometimes my calendar, it's not infallible, but I'm just surprised they yanked it. MK, good morning with that exclamation mark. AMST guy. So where could AMST keep going? So if you look at a weekly chart, $4, definitely $4 is a big resistance area. Could be a big resistance area. This is an AI play. All right, guys, I'm just checking some of my thumbnail charts. So the WISA, WISA, this course is super active. It's only up 2% right now, but at one point it was got up to 6, which is probably a pretty key level. 564 is the VWAP, so it's just hanging around the VWAP right now. All right, my computer is. So hopefully, guys, I know we had all sorts of problems with our, or some problems with the build yesterday, and hopefully that has been rectified. I'm actually on a brand new development build today. Always the guinea pig, so hopefully I'm okay. I didn't have the issue that some had yesterday. Yeah, I saw there was a TI software update this morning. It's basically replacing the one from yesterday, and hopefully that has rectified the chart the chart problem that we had yesterday. I didn't have it because I'm on again. I'm always on this. What am I on right now? I'm on 5.687, but that's a development. That is a development build. And let's take a look at the GL saga. See what's happening with this one. It is up a little bit, basically flat. It did pop up to 77, 72 in the pre-market. We have got, let's see now, Keith Bruette and Woods have upgraded it to an outperform and $110. Again, when I'm posting these, it doesn't mean it's going to happen, of course. Wells Fargo has a 108, though they cut it from 110. Keith cut theirs from 130 to 110. Truist cut it to 80 from 125. Anyway, this is GL, guys. How's Riley doing now? How is it doing with respect to its 200-day moving average? So you can see it's right at the 200-day moving average. Riley right at the 200-day. 200-day is 3106. Sorry, the 3182. So you can see it's just hovering just a little bit above it. So the bottom line is, can it hold it? Can that hold the 200-day and then move? And of course, if it can keep moving, it did get up to 34.45 or so in the pre-market. But it's all about how much room it's got on the weekly. It's a 10. That's $10. No, I'm not saying it's getting there, but that is a $10 gap on the weekly. And they did have some news this morning. Some kind of a probe. Probe showed no links to alleged con misconduct. Okay, as an independent probe. All right, guys, what I want to do now is get my layout that I'm going to use once this market opens. I'll get it up and running. Okay, so this one that you see here is basically the same as the pre-market actives up, okay? And once the market opens, this will keep running, of course, but this is basically the same as the pre-market actives up. I do have a higher minimum volume and all. That's why we're not seeing some of the ones that we saw earlier, but this is my kind of my go-to look. These are you want to find stocks that are in play all day. This is probably as this is a good screen or a window to keep watching. Okay, guys. So, oop, forgot. Just got to load my. So, if you want to follow the, if you want to follow the leaderboard in the contest, just click on Dock Channel Bar. Go click on New from the toolbar. Well, this is what I do. There's probably may be an easier way going through our website, but this is what I like to do. I go click on New Dock Channel Bar. This is the channel for it, the Master Challenge. And then what should happen is this popped up on my other monitor, but there it is. Okay. So again, this no trading until the market opens. So nobody's taking trades. So what happened here is that obviously Mr. G held a trade overnight. Okay, and that's why. So he's down 11,000 in that trade. Okay, so this is their leaderboard. So Andre K is kind of been the leader for quite a while now, but believe me, all this can change. And there's Oliver right there lurking in third place. Okay, and I'll be of course displaying this screen as the market opens and see what happens. Now, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. Now, Riley is not shortable for me. So I was looking at that, thinking, well, maybe that's just a little too much on the move. All right. Thank you, William. And by the way, William says he's going to be leaving at around noon Eastern. Okay. So the room will not be open after 3 o'clock today. I'll be taking off. Well, I'll always stay if there are questions. Okay. But otherwise, DXYZ. Yeah. Somebody mentioned DXYZ. Let's see if it has a bit of it's having a bit of a move right now, 8%. What's the volume like? The volume is not bad to mean to start the day, 59,000. Yesterday's high, this course was a super active one a few weeks ago, or 2 weeks ago, got up to about $100, over 100, I guess, $105. All right, guys, we are now open. Let's see what happens now. All right, so there's the AMST, guys. AMST challenging for getting right into potential resistance area. There's on the, sorry, I'd have to get a monthly chart. Didn't mention this one, but AT&T is an earnings play, guys. AT&T is an earnings play. Big float, 7 billion in the float. That's a pretty 3% move. The next high on the daily chart is around 17. If it takes out 17, it's got a little bit of room to 1747. Okay. I think this RBBN is also an earnings play, real cheap one. RBBN is an earnings play. And by the way, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. I should have mentioned this. Okay, if you have our AI, okay, I know I should have to do this every day because I don't think people quite understand how I think, anyway, the easiest way to monitor the AI trades, okay? So if you click on new, I have to get this off because it'll click on new. Notice there are three premium that start off with premium AI. It's the middle one, in my opinion, that you want to take a look at all day. Premium AI strategy trades window. Don't go to the channel. I think it's just overwhelming how much news, how much information is there. So all I would do is this: click on the premium AI strategy trades window. This will be the window that you'll see. Okay. Notice it's blank. You will not get an alert until at least 10 minutes after the market opens. So at 9:40. Doesn't mean you will get one at 9:40, but that's the earliest you'll get one. The other thing I would do is if you can see this filter, and this is a drop down, okay? If anything is checked, well, you'll know something is checked. If it doesn't say none, I would hit that little down arrow and uncheck. It probably says it's probably checked on profitable trades. I would uncheck it. My opinion is you should watch, regardless of whether it's so-called profitable or not. I would watch all the AI alerts all day long. Okay. Meanwhile, Riley now has come right back up through the 200-day moving average. Now, VRT is an earnings play, and this is an all-time high. Yes, this is an all-time high. VRT is an all-time high. It did hit in the pre-market. It did get up to $96. Let's see if our leaderboard has changed. Oliver, look at Oliver. Well, he didn't make a move. What happened is Mr. G and his trade is now getting a little bit worse. So now Oliver has moved into second place. Oliver was our is our current champion. Okay, he won it last time when we had the one in February. So hang in there, Oliver. See, is this a BSX? This is also an earnings play, guys. BSX is an earnings play. Nice big gap now. Look at this gap. You know what? I'm just going to get rid of that post. Something else. Okay. I know you're trying to be funny, but why? All right. Wow. Look at GL now. Wow. 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 That's a big pop here. GL. Well, big pop. I mean, it looked like it was starting to fade, and it was, but that's a $4 move now for GL. Look at AMST. It looked like it could have been over, but AMST, this is why I don't like trading in the first 15. Yeah, just leave him alone, okay? Just leave him alone, somebody else, okay? It's none of your business. Wow, GL, it's just now AMST, well, it's through 4. Let's take a look at a monthly chart and see what's happening on a monthly chart. Next high in the monthly chart is 412, okay? 412. So there could be a lot of resistance from this 412, 412, and the next high after that is 420. And this is on a monthly chart. So now whatever see, there's Oliver right now. So whatever stock Andre got into this morning, he's down 27,000 in it. Okay. So now look at this. We've got a real horse race now, guys. We have 3. And Luca's coming up now too. Now, guys, shoot, this was an awesome one. I didn't take it. It's too early for me. EDU is an earnings play, guys, and this showed up. This showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown. Suggestion at 81.89 to short. Look at it now, 80.09. So there's over almost a $2 drop. This is an earnings play, EDU. Ah, man, I don't know how to advise that. Let me see if it's working for me. But unfortunately, Walk Dude, I am in a development build. But let me, because I did have that issue yesterday. But let me see if it's, yeah. So I can't help you. There's nothing I can do. Okay. I hate to say it like that, but because you see, I have it here, but I'm on a development build. The best thing, you might have to just keep trying and loading it over and over and over again. I know it's a pain, but okay. But I had the same issue yesterday. I wasn't seeing the cashola, but it is here. So not much I can do. Okay. Other than going right to our homepage or my homepage and asking the question. Okay. And here's my homepage. I mean, maybe you're going to have to go back a build. I really don't know. But if you go to my homepage and click on the need help, and then click on the ask, and then click on the chat. Okay. Give them your email address. Maybe they can take a look. The email address that you used to sign up for it. Okay. Maybe they can take a look, but just explain what's happening again. So I'm sorry. I cannot help. There's nothing I can do. Wave a wand and say, this is what you do. Okay. Sorry about that. Whoa. I don't know what trade Andre's in, but he's getting thumped here. Look at that. Down 35,000. Remember now. So he's in this trade, some trade. No, don't give it. No, 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 no. I'm going to delete. No, no. Click on the homepage link. Okay. Don't give me the email address. Click on the homepage link, and then where it says need help, that start it from there. Okay. Yeah, I have no access to accounts or anything like that, okay? All right, guys. What time is it now? 9:41. So again, at about four. What? Oh, 9:41. Right. So here are a couple of AI alerts. So there's CAPR, and there's the edu short, potential short. Okay. How you trade them, if you trade them, of course, is completely up to you. But let me take a look at CAPR. This is sort of the type of thing that I kind of like. So this has got some room. Like the high on the daily chart is 565. So would have to get through that for me to be interested. And then the next high is around 606. So would have a little bit of room. I wish it had more room. Now, is there a reason for this? Yeah. So there is a reason for the pop. Okay, announces a positive Type B meeting with FDA, etc. So there is a little bit of news for CAPR. Meanwhile, VRT is making a new market high, pre-market high, 96 or so. And yes, wow, look at Kazoo. Good grief, look at Kazoo doing its thing again, guys. Thing again. This got up to $20. When was this? End of February. Low float, 2.5 million in the float. Let's take a look at the leaderboard again, guys. So there's Andre K, barely hanging on to his lead over, and there's Oliver. Oliver now in the lead. Again, he won the last contest. And what he's not in anything right now, that zero open profit means he's not in anything. Whatever he did this morning, he closed out. Yeah, AMST. Now, I think when I looked on the monthly chart for AMST, looked like there was pretty tough resistance around 420. I mean, there's 412 and there's 420. Okay, so we've got a couple of monthly highs right around, just a little over four. Now, if it can break through that, then 460 is your next high. If it can, I mean, no guarantee, of course, it's going to. So, and this is an AI play, guys. Okay, they released some kind of an app that's supposed to help nurses using AI. All right, now RBBN, another AI play. Excuse me. Now, my issue with it will be these weekly highs. If it can take out the weekly highs, it's got a little bit of room to 350. So, for me, it just doesn't have enough room that it can run. But the EDU from our AI, and that was also early from my 10-day daily breakdown. So there's a nice short so far. EDU, excuse me. I think this is an earnings play. EDU is an earnings play. Yes. So 82.21, 80.34. That's a 2.2% move so far. And again, so actually, what the AI did, it actually got it a little better because 81.89, excuse me, 81.89 was on my 10-day daily breakdown, and then it popped up a little bit, and the AI picked it off on that little pop up, a little over 82. So obviously, I wish I were in it. Wow, look at the market though. Remember what was happening before the market opened? We had that 45 minutes down, and then the 9:15 candle, and then the 9:30 candle wiped all that out. All right. Okay. I'll just gonna post that also, Chris. All right, guys. BOF, not shortable for me. I would not mind taking this short, but it's not shortable for me. BOF, but it's not shortable. When I say not shortable, it just means that my broker, and yeah, man, a lot of action. MULN, yeah, MULN just popped up here. This Mullen Automotive. My broker does not have shorts available for me for BOF. I can only speak, about my broker, and my broker is Interactive Brokers. Wow, this is a great so far EDU from our AI. The next low looking left is 77.36. And this is just, man. All right, let's take a look at this leaderboard again. So whatever stock Andre is in, he's down $26,000 in it. Okay. And Oliver is leading. You know what? I sneezed and I put myself on mute and I thought I tapped it, but I guess I didn't. So sorry about that. Usually that's Pepe's job to tell me I'm on mute. So Wolf is moving. I guess it's a sympathy play, okay? As earnings in 5 days, and nothing to do with earnings. A sympathy play, I guess some of with TXN, the semis are moving. I do know how Bezavi. Just give me a moment, okay? The question is how to change the colors, my volume bars. All right, guys. Well, RBBN is now through that little area here. The next high, if you took this from the AI, is 352. Look at Wolf go, guys. Now, this is shortable for me. 500,000 shares in Interactive Brokers. There is the next high looking left, 2478. It's only moving because of, well, appears to be, shares of semiconductor stocks are trading higher in sympathy with Texas Instruments. Okay. That is the reason. At least that is a suggestion. That's a reason why these are moving. Some of the semis are moving. Take a look at SMH. SMH, of course, the ETF for the semis. So our market is a little bit schizo right now. We've got some big topping tail there, bottoming tail here. It's a little bit schizo. We had a huge bottoming tail here. This is the 930, but so far Dow is down just a little bit. So there's a little bit of a disconnect right now in the market in terms of the so-called value stocks, which are the Dow stocks versus the heavily laden tech stocks, NAS, the growth stocks. Okay, Dow is down just a little bit, NAS is up. Hmm. Keep an eye on. I saw this one yesterday. Isn't this an all-time? No, I'm wrong. But VERX, guys, this had a crazy day yesterday. VERX, the next high is 30. So it's got about a dollar to the next high. VERX. All right, VXMT. This is an earnings play, and just looking at the lifetime range. So it's below all that. Let me take a look at a monthly chart and see where it could keep going if it wants to. So the next low on the monthly chart, 1786. So it's right there. If it takes out 1786, 1683. So it's got about a dollar to the next low on the monthly chart. Okay. Not saying it's going to get there, but at least it's got some room. And this is an earnings play. It had a pop. You look at that green bar there on the 15-minute chart. It popped up, but then that got wiped out on this with this red candle. All right. Now, as you can see what happened with Andre. So in real life, he probably, he was down $23,000 with whatever trade he was in. Now he's only down 10,000. Okay. More than likely in real life, you would have stopped yourself out. You would not wanted to have been down $24,000 without a proper stop, more than likely. But anyway, this is a contest. Kind of liking a potential short on this BXMT, guys. Back to a weekly chart. I know where the next low is on the monthly. Well, here's another excellent one from the AI, another earnings player, guys. HELE. Now, the only issue is a bit of a spread. I remember this one. Bit of a spread issue, 93.66, 94.23. I mean, it's tightened just a bit there. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. So a couple of you got to be careful because of this. The spread can go crazy on you. WISA, WISA now over 6. That, and it's at the high of yesterday. The high of yesterday was 608. A very low float, 1.38 million in the float. All right, this one didn't see this one in the pre-market. True TR. Wow, look at this. Didn't see it in the pre-market. Why? Well, look at the pre-market action. That you can kind of see it here. The pre-market is that mauve area, tan area. Didn't do anything, but the market opens and all of a sudden it just takes off. Probably a low float. Actually, it's not. 47 million. It is not a crazy low float. Boy, I mean, Edu on the weekly chart still has room, guys. 72.55. Not saying it's getting there, but that's about $3 still till it hits that next low on the weekly chart. How is TAL doing? TAL. TAL has earnings. For TAL, this has earnings tomorrow before the market opens. And this is another big China education stock. So in sympathy right now with EDU, it is moving down. Now, that doesn't not mean, just to pile into this trade right now and hold it because it's probably earnings are going to be bad. Now look at WISA, guys, WISA through that high of yesterday. Now the next high, 865. Not saying it's getting there. Go. Why? I mean, this has got all sorts of room. Again. All right. There's your next high looking left, 863. Bezavi, can you hear me and see what I'm going to do? I'll very quickly show you how you can change the color of the volume bars. Okay. But I have to make sure you can hear me and see what I'm going to do before I do this. Okay. So let's get one that has a lot of volume bars. Wow, look at that EDU. Man, oh man, that's a big miss by me. Big, big, big miss. Okay, so I want to change the color. Oh, okay, I'll do it here. This is where I have multicolors, okay? So if I right click, and go to my indicators. Or now, do you have something that says modify indicator parameters? I Never know if this is something that I'm only have. But even when I go to indicators, let's see if I can do it here. Yeah, so if I go to volume, click on the volume, and here are the colors. Okay, modify the colors. Okay, now I can use up colors and down colors. Okay, just click on the use up and down, and then set up the color, and then this a palette, and just pick whatever you want for the up and whatever you want from the down. Okay, just change it. So you just set up the color, and here's a palette, and you can just change whatever you want right now, and then do the same for the set down color. Okay. All right, guys. So Andre has well, he's come all the way back. I don't know if he's in that same trade that he was down about I don't know 30,000, but now he's up 9,000 in that trade, in a trade anyway. So he has come all the way back. Oh my gosh. Well, you have to apply. Yeah, you have to save it and all that. Okay. My goodness, guys. You sort of think that maybe these more expensive stocks they can't have big moves, but look at this. I mean, and this is a massive float, 1.44 billion in the float, and this is down now 17%. We'll do it later on, okay? Bezavi. Maybe I went too quickly. It should work. I mean, there's no reason why it won't work. Yeah, so this BOF has that high right here at 217. That's kind of, I just think that I just think that there's too much resistance between the current price and that high there. Okay, so Marty, no, that is now the only thing I can if I go back, you see that little do you have a little right arrow there? Okay, a little right arrow. If you can see what I did. Sometimes you see when you scroll back, little right arrow, and that tells you, okay, you're not kind of live. You have to click on it, and now you're back. If that makes sense. I'm not saying that is what's happening to you, but there's no setting. There's no setting. Okay. So what I'm saying, there's no setting that you say, well, I want, I want it to automatically scroll. What I found a long time ago, and I asked them to they put this in for me, well, not for me, but I mean for everybody. Sometimes you forget when you've scrolled back and you're looking, and before we had that little right arrow, you might just forget. You say, wait a minute, where is the candle? But so that I'm not sure that's the problem you're having. Well, you'll see it immediately, okay? If you scroll back on any chart and you see that little right arrow, okay, in the bottom right, you see a little right arrow there, just click on it and that'll get you back to the candle. So I read that Mountain Monkey. I've passed that on. I don't know why that's happening for you. Take a look at our leaderboard now. So Andre is back on top again. Mr. G in second. Oliver is fallen a little bit here. Now you might also want to go. I'll put in my homepage link and just tell them that's happening. Just give me a moment. Wrong one. All right. So clicking on my homepage link, just go to the need help, okay, and click on the ask, and then click on the chat, and just tell them what's happening. Okay, so the EDU finally had a bounce. Look at the SPY, guys. Look at the SPY wiping out that red candle now. Are you talking about this, Coco? Are you talking about what I'm pointing right now to that news? Okay, so it is just a tab in the single stock window. So you don't have to add it really. So if I open up a single stock window, these are the tabs you have: the profile, which tells you about the company, these are the details, there's news, and there's competitors. Okay. So just give me a moment, please. Okay, so if you want to have it so you can read it all the time, like I have, okay, you just left click on it, left click on the tab, and then start to drag it, okay? And you see this little icon pops up. Just give me one moment. Okay, sorry about that, guys. So yeah, so you just have to grab, and this is what I've got with the profile also. or details I can do, and now this is the tricky part. The minute this icon, the up, down, left, and right shows up, you just pick where you want it. Okay. Okay. And now, of course, if you want to do that, you have to expand it so you can really see it. Okay. And that's all I've done here. These are just tabs. All right, guys. Yeah, so Edu did have a nice bounce. I think William took it somewhere, but knowing William, he's out of it now. So yeah, let's take a look at Riley and see where it is now with respect to the 200-day moving average. So 200-day moving average is 31.82, so it's about a dollar below. I'm going to put an alert around 32.29, 32.30. Okay, see if it gets back up there, which would mean it's through the 200-day and also through the VWAP. A couple of important levels. Okay, you got the answer right, Mountain Monkey. You got to press send. I know it's a pain. It's an extra step, but you got to press send. So that was the issue that if anybody's reading in our YouTube room, why? I'll just do a simulated trade. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to get into the other account, the paper trading account. So let's say I wanted Riley. I wanted to take some Riley, a couple hundred shares. You click buy, but then you've also got to send. Okay. Hmm. Or maybe that's another one. Maybe that was somebody else had a complaint. Because now, if I want to flatten it, I mean, yeah, I don't know why. So, oh, I see. I see. So that might have been somebody else. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I just click flattening and it should. Yeah, got me out of the position. You are. I mean, look. I'm going to have to. Oh, this is your live account, not the simulator. Okay, that's worse, obviously. And you're highlighting it, right? Oh, it's the cashola. Okay. Well, let me do one in cashola. Okay. So you're saying, okay, let me do one in the cashola account. I'll do the same one. Wiley. Let's see if it works for me. Do 200 shares, buy, send. So there I am. Flatten, and it took me out. Well, I don't know. I don't know what to say, Mountain Monkey. Hard to help. Yeah. I mean, if I can duplicate it myself, then I can at least say, okay, there's an issue, but I could not duplicate what's happening with you. Sorry about that. All right, guys. Keep an eye on the Billy. Okay, Billy could be a good-looking short, maybe. I've got a lot of shares available at Interactive Brokers. Why would I consider it? Well, look at the 200-day moving average. Okay, it's coming right into it. 1284 is the 200-day. It's right below it. And as far as I know, I'm just checking to see if there's any specific headline for Billy. I mean, HSBC has put a coverage hold target of $11, so that's nothing. As far as I know, it was just moving because the overall China market was moving. So let's take a look at Kweb and see if Kweb is still strong. Yeah, I mean, Kweb is still hanging in there, but Billy is certainly, as a single China stock, is moving better right now than is Kweb. I don't see any specific news for it. This is I would call it a bit of a schizo day, guys. I mean, look at these topping tails, bottoming tails, spies all over the place right now. And I don't think there's, well, okay, what time is it now? 10:19. Let me check the economic calendar that I put in. So nobody is talking today. No Fed president is talking today. There is now I don't know what this 2-year FRN auction is, but at 11:30 there is a 30 billion 2-year FRN. I don't know what that acronym stands for. And then at 1 p.m., it's a $70 billion 5-year note auction. So maybe there will be some action around at 11:30. Maybe there'll be some action at 1 o'clock. But there are no Fed presidents talking. So Fed is still in the blackout period. Okay. Thanks, Rob. Now this one, yeah, this one, I see it at the top here. This is I mean, it's chicken soup for the soul, but it's their 9.75 Series A cumulative, etc. Okay. And I haven't really talked about it. I mean, it is tradable for me at Interactive Brokers, but I don't trade stocks under $1. And I'm sure CSS chicken soup for the soul is probably under $1 also. Yeah. So up to you guys. You want to trade that? That's fine. I just don't trade stocks under $1. Man, I'd love to. I mean, this HELE, another one from our AI, 9265 is the next low, and it's below that next low on the weekly chart. The spread is still, it's a little. Not terrible for a $92 stock, but not great. I mean, if it moves down another $2, that spread won't matter. But all right, guys, 10:22. So this is about the time I go over the information you can find on my homepage. So again, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. I have a YouTube room that I'm moderating at the same time as the main room. Okay, and they both rooms see my screen and hear me. Okay, so this is the main room. A lot more action amongst traders. So if you're looking for a little more action, you come into the main room. If you don't care, then you can stick in. You can stay in YouTube. Trucker Joe, good morning. Okay, so I've just put in my homepage link, and I'll show you what you can find on my homepage. So the first thing, if you want to take out a subscription, you can. There is a promo code right here, Barry 15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. Great idea subscription. And if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos. Download and install for startup and login. Important introduction to scans. Excuse me. Top lists and alert windows. Okay. It'll take you 30 minutes if you go through them all. And they're all what we're trying to do here is just give you some of the highlights so they can get you going. New to trading, Trading 101. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. He was in our YouTube room yesterday. He put these series of videos together. I think it's very beneficial if you're new to trading to take a look at these. All free. Stock of the day video that I do, free of course. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. There was no trade this week. Steve suggested to stay in cash with the way the market's kind of acting. Before I take a look at the education section and leave this page, so all I ask is this: if you decide to take out a subscription at any point in time, just use my promo code, okay? This is a free room, and the way we keep it free is every time people take out a subscription using my code, the room gets credit. It's that simple, okay? So it doesn't matter when you take out a subscription. I don't care if it's today, tomorrow, next week, next month, next year. Use my code, the room gets credit. Now, the education section, click here. We have a great user guide. A lot of questions that I get can be found in the user guide. Okay. I don't mind answering questions at all, of course. But sometimes, I may answer a question and then, next week you want to do it and you might forget what I've said. So consequently, the user guide, here's that getting started again. I would take a look at the alert windows, top list windows. It's a little more detail. I love putting price alerts. Keep an eye on NCI, guys. This was the IPO from yesterday. NCI is on the move. You want information about stock racing? I don't use stock racing anymore, but I know a lot of people still do. But want to put sound alerts on your windows. You want to create a watch list. Um, you know, information about the charts, things like that. So we have a great user guide. Getting started is here again. So daily support session. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. And what happens then is one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Wednesday. It should be Jamie. I will check though before I take my break. I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to it. It's more than likely Jamie, but I will confirm that. And I think it's a good idea, okay, to head over to YouTube when I do take my break between 12 and 1. The reason being is that we have 5 different traders for the 5 different days of the week. We all have different trading styles. So I think it's a good idea to head over, listen to somebody else's take on their trading style, okay? And we have 3 people who really specialize more in swing trading. I don't swing trade really at all, but on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Wednesdays, those gentlemen specialize in swing trading more. Jamie is a little more like me in terms of active day trading. And on Monday, Chris is a bit of a hybrid. Okay. So that is everything that's on my. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe the most important thing, people want my scan. So if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down to the center section, here are the scans that I am currently sharing. Okay. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. Now, this pre-market actives up and down is basically this one right now that you see. Okay, because it obviously it keeps working as long as I want it to. In other words, past, it's working past 9:30. But if you're looking for stocks that have moved down in the pre-market, this is the good one to take a look at. The pre-market actives down. This is the halts resumes that you see over here. Remember, I was talking about the 10-day daily breakdown. Here it is. Only one stock today, and it was the same one as the RAI had. Edu, education stock. This is the don't repeat version. You'll notice I've got don't repeat versions and I'll call it the normal version. Why I like to have a don't repeat is because I can kind of go back in time. I can take a look at Edu. We had an alert for it as a potential short at 9:36. The price was 81.89. I look over here, and every time Edu made a new low, I will see it. And look what it got to at 10:04. That was basically the bottom before I guess it bounced. So from 81.89 down to 72.47, awesome. And also from our AI, 82.21. It picked it up a little bit above mine because I guess what happened is we had the alert here at 81.89, and then it popped up a little bit, and that's when the AI found it at 82.21. Both would have been excellent. And again, to watch our AI, just do this, in my opinion, anyway. Now, before I do that, go over a few more. Well, here again, you can pick and choose which ones you want. You can ask me questions about them. But here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. The relative strength leaders is this. Okay. I've just abbreviated it. I know it says from the close percent, but this is what it is. The relative strength leaders is right here. Okay. Now, I always want to emphasize in order to see the AI, I think this is the simplest way to do it. Okay. Simplest way to do it. Just click on from our toolbar, click on new, and then pick the center one here that starts off with Premium AI. Premium AI strategy trades window. This is all you're going to see. Make it super simple. Just wait for the alerts to happen. Look at WISA guys, WISA. Wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them, if you trade them, is completely up to you. Okay. There's no video that's going to show you what to do. Just wait for the alerts to happen. Notice that there's no alert before 9:40. The earliest one what we had was at 9:40, and we had one at 9:41, 42, and 43 and 45. Fairly close, actually. It's not usually like that, but somebody will maybe ask, well, how late will you get an alert? I mean, it's possible to get an alert, after lunchtime, 12 o'clock. It's possible. Typically, most of the alerts happen in the first hour. Okay. I think I know what you did, Oliver. So Oliver is back into second place. Andre is still ahead now, 105,000, but Oliver is safely in second. Mr. G is in third. This has been kind of the threesome. Here's our Dave Mave, our chief technology officer. Oh, and Dan, our CEO, he's made his way into the top 10 too. So, what is trade ideas? Again, I know I do this every day around this time because we always have new people coming into the rooms. Okay. So, I just like to do a brief explanation about what trade ideas is all about. So, we are a real time alerting machine. Okay. So, what do I mean by that? We're a scanner. There's a lot of screeners out there that kind of claim to be scanners. I don't think they do what we do. If you take a look at this alert window and I right click on it and I click on configure and I click on summary. So this is the screening aspect. So if the stock is between $1 and $100, the current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive, say around 10:30 Eastern time. This gives it the momentum. This is why I call it a momentum scan. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes, it's at least 400% of normal, etc. I'm just giving you the concept here. You always start off with filters because these are all ands. In other words, every filter value has to be met. 1 in 100 and the volume, current volume is three, and. If all of these values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So pre at 10:33 plus 3 seconds, and I just made another one. Okay, at 50 seconds or 50 seconds past 10:33, and it keeps making a new high. It's meeting all these filter requirements, and it's making a making a new high for the day. That is, and these are all real time alerts. Okay, real time alerts. So if you like this scan the way it is, great. If you don't, but you can always modify it. Maybe you don't like that price range. Maybe you want a different price range. I got between 1 and 100. Maybe you want between $1 and $10. Up to you. You can always adjust any scan, of course, any of the scans that I've got, or you can keep them as they are. Now, building your own scan, if you click on search, you'll see right here, these are, and the the top two most popular real-time alerts, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. Okay. But we have a lot of other real-time alerts. Don't get hung up on how many we've got. And when I scroll down, these are the filters, the screeners that we've got. Don't get hung up on how many we've got. You do not have to learn them all. The only reason we have so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to be able to scan. So of course then that meant they had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and filters. Okay? Now, I only use the new high and the new low of the day and a handful of the filters. That doesn't mean the rest of them are bad. It just means that for my trading style, that's all I need. Your trading style, you might want something different. That's all. Okay. But obviously they had to create so many different ones to satisfy all the different trading styles there are out there. Okay. So, but don't get hung up on how many we've got. You don't have to learn them all. It's just like our user guide. You do not. Wow, look at this. See, look at this. This CSS is C. Well, right here, CSSEP. What a crazy move! I sort of dismissed it. Saw it in the pre-market, but I sort of dismissed it, and now it's probably halted. Yeah, and then it got halted immediately. That's why well, I don't see it up here. That's because the server I'm on, for whatever reason, does not pick up a halt after something resumes and it gets halted almost immediately. It doesn't pick it up. Some servers do, like William's server does. We have different servers that trade ideas, and for whatever reason, mine doesn't. William, what's the volume? So did it pick it up on yours? Talking about the CSS. Okay, crazy. So 10:36:15. So So that was actually a little more than a minute later. I thought it was had to be about 30 seconds. So this is actually about a minute later. You mind posting your halt resumes link in here, please? So I can it's not going to help me, because there's no filter that's blocking it. It's just the server. Now somebody asked about CLSK. I don't know what's happening with CLSK. EV play, of course. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's Bitcoin. I'm sorry. I keep thinking this is clean spark. To me, it should be an EV play, but it's not. Bitcoin. Well, Bitcoin's yeah, that's what's happening. So I guess real. William already answered the question. So yeah, the miners, Mara, Riot, any of the miners are going to be down. Now they're really going to be following what Bitcoin's doing. All right, thank you, William. Let me load that, and it's just a one window. Okay. Well, it's interesting when I duplicated it. When I duplicated it or took it out, now I'm getting it, which is really really strange. Um, do you have it in a? You probably don't have it in a doc, do you? Not that that should matter. Hmm. I'll tell you what I'm going to do then. Maybe, maybe there's some kind of weirdness happening because it's in a dock. Well, I'll stick this on my other monitor and I'll just monitor it and see what happens going forward. Or maybe what I do is I put this one in here. All right, guys, let's take a look at the leaderboard again. So 108,000 for Andre, still leading. Oliver is in second place. Mr. G still in third. Nobody else is really moving up that much. Yeah, there's the SPY, guys. So now the SPY is red, just barely red. Okay. Nas is still up a little. Dow is down. So the SPY is now looking like it. Well, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens if this is going to be now just the last 2 days were just a blip on the way up. I think I have an idea about what some of the people are in. Question in our YouTube room: do I primarily do most of your trading the morning hour? Not really. I mean, there's no hard and fast rule for me. I like to sit out the first 15 for sure, but I do trading in the afternoon. In fact, I have Michael and Nos at Trade Ideas, and I have talked about this. I love trading in the afternoon. I find that the setups are better because some of the froth is kind of really settled down for several hours, and then we can get some of the ones that have really moved in the morning. They can start moving again, but in a more of a defined trend. If I'm on the West Coast, I would have no problem waking up at 9 o'clock my time, you know, taking a look at the market and then starting to trade in the afternoon. I would have no problem. When I okay, docking is I call that an advanced topic. Okay, David. There's really no huge benefit unless you are really wanting to do things like this, move something all around. Okay, there's not really there's really not like a massive benefit. For instance, I've got a free floating window for this one. I've got a free floating window for this one. You know, I do dock this, I've got my thumbnail charts all docked up, but there's no massive benefit if unless because, I mean, in the old days, we'll call it, in order to move things around, yeah, moving them individually one at a time. But the thing is that if you have multiple monitors, which I do, and before we had docking, you know, what you would do is you would put all your trade ideas windows exactly in the area and all your monitors that you wanted. Okay. So what you can't see is on my one of my monitors, I've got this one, positioned exactly where I want to see it every day. So you basically put all your trade ideas screens, windows, charts, etc., position them exactly where you want them on all your monitors. And then you put your toolbar up in the upper left-hand corner of what you'll designate as your main monitor. Once you've done that, then you click on Tools, Options, and Layouts. Click on Layouts, and you see where it says Open Relative to Main Window. And actually, even if you're docking, you do this, okay? Even if you've got things like, those thumbnail charts that I showed you. So then you just click on Open Relative to Main Window and save it. And then when you exit trade ideas, remember you've got to always save your work when you exit trade ideas. Every little change you make, if you don't save your work, it won't remember the change. Okay. Then when you open trade ideas the next time, all of your windows, including all your docking windows, etc., will be exactly where you want them on all of your monitors. So it's great if you've got multiple monitors. Now, is docking necessary? Not really. It's not necessary. I mean, is it kind of cool to have all my thumbnail charts together? Sure. But, before we had docking, it wasn't a big deal for me. Okay. But completely up to you. The problem with docking, okay, is that it until you get used to how you navigate within the dock, it can be a bit of a pain. Okay. I mean, I have no problem now. I've been using it for a long time now, but some people have a problem. because you've got especially if you've got, I don't know, if you've got about 6 or 7 windows in there, and to rearrange them exactly where you want them takes a little bit of practice. That's all. So that's why I don't go over docking unless somebody says, how do you dock? Which I'll demonstrate how you dock, but I usually don't go over it because most people don't. I have no idea what the percentage of our customers actually use the docking feature. Where the docking really is good, though, is in our channel bar. Because if you click on new and then docked channel bar, as opposed to channel bar, do not click on channel bar. Okay. Click on the docked channel bar, where docking really helps. Is these are all theme-based channels. So before we had the dock channel bar, if you had a layout, okay, up on your screen, if you clicked on a channel, your layout would go. Okay, your layout would disappear. Now, you would have hopefully saved it to the cloud before. And I don't mean disappear as in, completely deleted, but you couldn't see your layout anymore. It was gone. But now when I click on anything from the dock channel bar, notice that my layout is still here. In the old days, if I had done that, my layout would have disappeared. So consequently, people were probably not using the channel bar that much because it was a pain. It was a real pain to cycle through these channels and have your layout disappear all the time. But now there's no problem. And all these are all theme based layouts. All right, let me see. Okay, how can I download the old version of the desktop? Maybe I'll ask. I know Pepe. I don't know if Pepe is here, but just give me a moment. But I will answer the docking question. Oh, there it is. Okay, thank you, Pepe. Okay, okay. 333. Pepe just posted a link you can use. Okay, and don't forget you should uninstall. Okay, uninstall it first. Okay, uninstall it first. Your current version. Uninstall it, and then download that version. Okay. All right. So I had a question about linking. Okay, Gerald, I will, and just give me a moment. How do you convert a free floating layout to a docked one? Okay, I am going to show you, David. Okay, I will show you, but it's also in our channel bar or in my on my homepage. Isn't it a little late to a short TSDD? I don't know. I don't think I had TSDD up. This is from our YouTube room. So if you click on my homepage link, and I'm doing this because I'm going to go over the docking, but remember, you're going to forget. Okay. So if you click here in the education section, every time I go to this screen, I know my computer, I don't understand why, but anyway, go to the user guide and docking. Where's docking? There it is, docking. Okay. So there's your reference. Okay. There is your reference to docking in the user guide. Okay. So to dock, start off with new and then docked window. Okay. At least this is what I do. Now it popped on my other monitor. Okay. And unfortunately I can't move. I'll move it over, but I gave it a name, dock window title. I gave it a name. I called it test. Okay. So here's my docked window. Okay. Now, if I want to, here's a free floating window. I want to dock it in here. I just right click and duplicate into test. Okay. So there it is. And I have another free floating window somewhere. Yeah, we'll do this one. Just give me a moment. Another free floating window. This is the duplication I took from William. So imagine you've got all these free floating windows, including charts and whatever you want. Then you right click, duplicate into test. So here they are, and you start building it up. Okay. And now here's the trick. You want to arrange them. So you left click and you grab it. And you see how this icon just popped up. So if I want it underneath this one, fine. If I want it to the right side of it. So that's the trick, okay? It's a little tricky if I want to move it underneath this one. Okay. But that's how you do it. Okay. And what I like to do is I give it a name and I started off with dock. I always start off my dock windows starting with dock because when I do a search for my dock windows, all I have to do is type in dock and they all pop up. That's what I do. You don't have to do the same thing, of course, but that's what I do. Okay, trader. So did that answer your question too about docking a channel bar or and David, I hope but remember, go to the guide. Okay, good. Go to the guide because you'll probably forget what I did. Okay, Gerald, sorry, kind of put the French accent on it. Gerald, can I talk about the scanners, please? Okay. Well, what specifically? I mean, I can talk about. So, I mean, I am sharing a lot of my scanners, okay? But this is a scanner that I created as an example. Okay, it doesn't have to be your style of trading, of course, but this is a scanner that I created. I call it Momentum, a Momentum scanner. Oh, okay. Well, they're still there. If you click on my homepage link, if you click on my homepage link, okay, William, you will be missed. So William is leaving now, which means the room will not be open after 3 o'clock today, unless there are questions. Okay, so if you're talking about my scanners, you just click on my homepage link. Okay, click on my homepage link that I just put in again. Okay, and then scroll down. So these are the scanners that I'm currently sharing. And you can kind of pick and choose whatever you want. Okay, is that what you were talking about, Gerald? Oh, of course you can design your own, of course. So let me show you this one. So this is the momentum scanner that's on my homepage. Okay. So I right click, configure. So are you brand new? No, you're not brand new. You said yeah. So you're obviously used to this my scanners. Okay. Yeah. So I mean, if to design your own, again, if you go to my homepage link and you click on the alert section, that'll show you how you can build your own. Okay. You click on new. So if I do that now, if I click on new alert window, okay, so here's a new alert window. I would start from scratch to get rid of, it's going to show me maybe the last one I ever did. Start from scratch. Okay. So now when I look at the summary, I had to say, okay, sorry, just give me a moment. Do it one more time. New alert window. Start from scratch. Say okay. You know what? New. It's been a while since I've designed a new alert window. Start from scratch. Load the settings. There we go. Okay. Now it's completely blank. Okay. Now it's completely blank. Now here's where you can start to build your scan. I don't know what you want, but here are the Windows specific filters that we've got. You click on more. So most people want a certain price range, maybe a relative volume, maybe a minimum volume. Oh yeah, absolutely. Set the float, gap, relative volume, short interest. Absolutely. All you have to do is do a search, okay, on everything. So if you're looking for float as an example, so again, in this alert window that I've got, let me cancel out, probably underneath here somewhere, maybe not. Okay, so start from scratch. Again, load the settings. Okay, so now search. So you can search, for float, whatever you want it for. Whoops, for float. Here's our float stuff. Gap is what we have for gaps. Short interest, what we call short float percent. Okay, so yeah, just search, just do a search, and you'll probably find everything that you want. And if you search on something, let's say you search, I don't know, Ichimoku. Okay, we don't have it as an example. Now, I sure wish that Riley had been shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Take a look at our leaderboard again, guys. So there's Andre still ahead. Oliver is still in second place. Mr. G is starting to fall a little bit. So how do you save? Now, when you say how do you save? How do you save, say, a docked window that you created? Is that what you mean? Or how do you save your layout? Talking to Trader in our YouTube room, in our main room. Okay, so okay, well, overall, there's several ways to save. Okay, file. Okay, now if you went file save layout, okay, that's going to save it to your computer. Okay, I do that all the time, also, but I also save into our cloud. Okay, when you say custom, you're just talking about a layout that you created. Okay, is that what you mean? So a layout that's custom to you, we'll call it. But I also save everything to the cloud. Well, I don't understand what you mean now. No screener, custom. I don't know what you mean. Save okay, first of all, if you create anything, I don't care if it's a doc, I don't care in a doc window, I don't care if it's an individual scan, okay? Save everything to the cloud. Okay? Right click, save or share to cloud, save it. Okay? Now it's in your cloud. Here's my layout, right click, save or share to cloud. Well, imagine if I just created an alert window, okay, Trader, like I was showing, then you just right click, just like I said, save or share to cloud. Save it into the cloud. Okay. Now it's saved. Okay. Now, But don't forget, if you're building your own layout, with different screeners and charts and all that, you don't forget, save that to the cloud also, and you can also save it to your computer. So if now I want to save everything to the cloud as a layout, file, save or share to cloud, and I would click entire layout and give it a name, whatever you want to call it, and then save it. Now your layout's in the cloud. And then at the very least, when you exit trade ideas, file, exit. I don't click on this because if I do, I may, for some reason, it's a weird thing that happens. I may lose my link to my Interactive Brokers. But exit, and it's going to say, do you want to load this layout next time? Next time you load trade ideas. In other words, it's basically saying, okay, I'll exit. And when you reopen trade ideas, do you want the same layout to display? That's basically what it is. And typically I just say yes, because that's what I want. I don't use Market Explorer at all, David. No. Most of them for me are more designed for swing trades, and the fact that I cannot put filters on them, that sort of impedes me from using. I mean, Michael's done a great job at creating them, but I rather create my own with my own filters, so I can control it a lot better for me. All right, guys. Well, our 2 days up, and this fly might have been short-lived, as we're seeing this action now. There's no reason for it. I mean, there's no specific reason, as in some market data came out or some Fed guy talked. I think it's just maybe we're hoping too much the last 2 days in the SPY, clearing 500. But we'll see. We'll see how it closes today. And yes, I'm pouring the last bit of my tea, my ginseng laced tea. Okay, guys. So now, um, oh, I bet you Billy has fallen. Not really. Billy has not really fallen yet. I don't know why my computer yesterday was fine. I don't know what. It's mainly Chrome, guys. It's Chrome that is. But I've not been told that any other browser is better than Chrome in terms of overloading the system. I just wish there was a way to throttle back on Chrome somehow, because that's the culprit. Anyway. Hmm. And is it shortable? Now let's see in the simulator if it is shortable now, because yesterday in the simulator, NCII was not, or NCI was not shortable. Don't tell me it's not shortable still. No, it is shortable. Yesterday, because it was an IPO, it was not shortable. But it didn't seem to do the trade. So let me see here. Let me try again. 400, sell, send. This is in the simulator, guys. I'm just, oh, it's halted. Thank you. That's why. Thank you. Well, you know what? That's good then, because in the old days when you could actually short something in our simulator, even if it was halted, and they fixed that. I mean, in the simulator, of course, you could never do it in a live account, but in the simulator, okay. So that's the reason. Good. Well, I'll keep it in there. Let's see what happens. So yeah, NCI is halted. Ugh, ugly market now, guys. All right. So what time is it now? 11:09. So I've got another 50 minutes or so until Jamie spells me in our YouTube room. So just to give you an idea about what sort of trading I like. Well, I'm an intraday trader, day trader, however you want to brand it. So my main goal every single day is to find the stocks that are trading abnormally. Okay. This right here is front and center, going to show them to me all day long. Okay. Now sometimes a stock will drop off, and then it'll be replaced, but front and center, this will show me all the stocks that are really trading abnormally. I also can look at the 10-day daily breakout and the breakdowns. Notice these are two from the AI, EDU and HELE. And I look at the AI also. So that's my number one goal, of course, because why do I want to take a trade in something that's not really acting abnormally? So what is abnormal? Well, let's see if I can find one that also trades options. Yeah, okay. So if I look at Riley right now, the relative volume is 26. That means it's trading 26 times normal up to this time of day. Obviously, that is abnormal. Now, interestingly, the option volume is not terribly abnormal. The option volume is 56,000 contracts, but that's only 123% of normal. In other words, 1.23 times normal. I One of my scans, for it to be here, for instance, it has to be at least 150%, 1.5 times normal. Okay. So if a stock is trading, and that's why, this combo scan, which is not producing anything today, it's a combination of stocks that are having high relative volume plus high relative volume when it comes to its option trading. And nothing has met the on a 10-day daily break. Nothing has happened in that window yet. And just as I speak, wow, HELE just showed up just as I mentioned it. Now the reason being that it probably wasn't earlier in that scan. Obviously, the relative volume is high. Okay. Obviously, it was a 10-day daily break. That wasn't an issue. But look at the option volume. Now, the minimum option volume had to be 500 shares or 500 contracts. It is double that now, but probably at this point here, when it was moving down, maybe the option volume was still not 500. That's a possibility. But at this point, everything is met. But I mean, it's a little scary to take it now. But from our AI, you can see 96.58 was a suggestion to short. And there it is now at 89.87, almost a 7%. Edu, of course, earlier on in the day, I mean, it was 82 and it got down to 72. So it has popped up. So that was down a lot more percentage wise. Stefan in Italy. Yeah, buongiorno. If I've brutally probably said that, but doing my best. So I see NCI is still halted, and the halt was at 11:06. So typically they're 5-minute halts, but you can see this is going to be a lot longer. All right, this might, I don't know. The shim, saw this one yesterday. Shim, SHIM. There's the high, 339, but there's a high right there at 350. I just can't bring myself to trade it. It's a nice looking pattern, though, little consolidation, or some might call that a little, I don't know, bull flag or something. I don't brand things like that, but anyway, but a little pop here, little volume coming in. But my problem is, it's right at yesterday's high, and then the next high after that is 350. So it's pretty close. What I always look for is if for instance, if I were looking left on this one and the next high was up here at 4, I'd be all over this. But it isn't. So I'm highly selective of what I like to trade. Aha, let's take a look at our leaderboard. Oliver is starting to close the gap a little bit. So he closed out whatever that nice one was. And I have a feeling I know what it was. Um, Andre is still in something. He's up 22,000 in that. Okay. And Mr. G, surprised nobody else has kind of made their way up here. Still three. So the top three: Andre, Oliver, and Mr. G. That's in our contest, guys. Well, there's the NCAA. No, I keep saying double I. There's the NCI open and just getting clobbered now. Le Petit Trader, new to AI this week. What is a smart stop? Equals 0.25 in the AI window. In the AI window, smart stop. So you're not looking at this window, okay? I have a stop price here. So this is, first of all, this is what I would do, okay? I would load this window and nothing else, number one. Okay. How to find that window? And it's called Strategy Trades All. And if you click on New from our toolbar, and then right in the middle here, Well, the middle. There are 3 that start off with premium AI. Pick the middle one. Premium AI strategy trades window, okay? That's number 1, okay? Because this is all you really should look at. And again, if you're new to it all, nothing you will not get an alert until at least 9:40. You see, we did get one at 9:40. We had oh, I see now why you're asking about TSDD. We had one at 10:38, so a couple after 10:50. These are the times, of course, all times Eastern. So if you load this window, if you keep this window as part of your layout, then and you load trade ideas before the market opens or even at 9:30, this window will be blank. Okay. And you just wait for the alerts to happen. So where are you seeing the smart stop of 0.25 in the AI window? This is the only window that I look at. Can you give me a more of an example? This is all I look at. Let me see if there's smart stop here as a column. Smart stop. Okay, I'm going to add it and see maybe see what you're looking at. So, okay, so first of all, yeah. So first of all, this is not a percentage, and I have to admit, I have no idea what it's trying to tell you. I have never seen this one. I know what a smart stop is. I mean, if I look at, the smart stop is calculated. It's usually that's used for people who have their own strategies. Um, because certainly these are not like 75 cents away from the entry, and then there's the stop. So I don't know. I have no idea what it's referring to. Let me Chris probably knows, okay? Okay, I've asked a question. Let's see what it I wouldn't even worry about. I would just disregard that. It makes I have no idea what this means. Okay? I just look at the stop, the actual stop. I have no idea what this is referring to. We have too many columns in my opinion, it just confuses things. Just like yourself, you're looking at this and it's a good question. I have no idea. Pepe probably knows. Now the smart stop, you see on our you see, if you'd asked me here, because I can tell you on our charts what the smart stop is all about. Okay, so what happens is that when I click on an alert, I'll click on Billy. Okay, so there's Billy. What they're saying is if you took Wow, this is going long. Let me, well, okay. Even if you decided, okay, I want to take Billy as a long trade, okay, at 1269, they're suggesting you could put a stop at 1243. That little red dotted line, okay, that is the smart stop on our chart. How it relates into that those numbers, but it's obviously not going to be 25 cents away or 50 cents away, or I mean, you have to subtract the two of them, 1268 in this case, 1242. It's not going to be 25 cents, 50 cents, 75%, 75 cents. It'll be whatever that difference is. All right. So good question again. Uncheck in this filter. You want to see none. Okay, trader. So in this little drop, this is a drop down. You probably have profitable checked. Okay, I would uncheck it. I like to see that. I like to see the AI alerts all day long, regardless of where they are, because sometimes they set up later on, even though maybe you get an alert here and it drops, but maybe it drops into a moving average that you like. Maybe it drops into the VWAP. It depends how you want to play it. Maybe it drops and it consolidates and then it pops. I mean, you can always, that's why I like to follow them all day long. So just uncheck in this filter box here, make sure it says none. Okay, none. Okay. I think that's the reason why you're not seeing as many. Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you only want like what Le Petit Trader is saying, I mean, if you just want to go long, all long strategies, okay, sure. You just want to go short, all short strategies. I just choose, to see them all because I don't care to go long. I mean, the obviously tremendous trade going short both of these, but you may be a pullback trader. So this is what I'm saying. Even a le petit trader. This is what I would do though, because look at what happened with EDU. Okay, I have to get rid of this because if I click it now, it's going to disappear beyond my layout there. So I'll click on EDU. Now, if you haven't seen this one, because you wouldn't see it, but you may, if you're any sort of a bounce player, you may look at this and say, watch it go down and then try to maybe time a bounce on it. And that's as a long trade. Okay. Exactly. It's just what I'm saying. But how would you know it? How would you know that this even existed if you're going to check only long trades? You won't know it. You won't even know it existed, right? But I mean, it's up to you. Completely up to you, of course. Okay, David? Are you talking about all this data here in the 15-minute chart? All this data up here, and I'm only doing this to display that this is what you can have. Okay, I don't. I mean, personally, I don't. I don't like. I don't like it because I can't control it in terms of the filters. But I'm just showing it. So this is an HTML. This is what we call an HTML chart. If I right click, use browser interface. Okay. So that's the first step. The next step is that these little two up arrows, now I can shrink it so I don't see as much. Okay. And then if I hit these the little down arrows, now I expand it. The problem I have is that I can't control. I mean, I don't care about earnings per share. I don't care about shares outstanding. I don't care about the market cap. If I could control it like I can in my single stock window, because these are just filters, then I could put, the filters that I want up here. You need the browser interface, yes, enabled. All right, guys, 11:27. So I am just going to. Meanwhile, MULN guys, was there any news in this one? Okay, guys, I don't see any news on this one in Mullen, but it looks like there's a lot of resistance coming up, MULN, around that 4 level. Yeah, so I'm going to go back a couple of builds now on my, because I think this is what's the problem. It's for some reason it's taxing my computer and didn't have this issue yesterday. So when I take my break, I'm going to go back, or maybe I'll do it tomorrow. It's not that big a deal, but ZWS guys. Wow. Okay, it's got some room, a little bit of room. This is an earnings play. I would probably wait for a 32 break. A little bit of room, not a lot of room. Now, 31.58 is the next low looking left. This is an earnings play. I mean, look at the action. I mean, it was very positive at the beginning of the day, and it just sold off. Zern LK Water Solutions Corporation. A handful, a mouthful. All right, another look at our leaderboard. Oliver is closing the gap a little bit within 20,000 now. Andre is still leading. I've got nothing against Andre, okay? Except if you were in the trading room, I'd be, I'd be trading, I'd be cheering him on also. But Oliver is in our trading room. So, and I think Blaine is also. I don't know who else is. If anybody else is on this list and you're in the trading room, let me know and I'll cheer you on also. All right, I was just gonna ask Jamie if it's him today, and it is him. So he's sometimes he listens to me. You're talking, okay, Mike, asking about. I think you're talking about my thumbnail charts, right? Thumbnail charts. That's all. I just took a bunch of charts, and you're right with With in a doc format, I just like to I keep them all together. That's all. No, these are just my thumbnail charts, okay? I mean, oh, when you say do I have them linked to something? What do you mean by that exactly? You mean can you have them? Is that what you mean? Or yeah, well, yeah, the reason for thumbnail is these are the some of the stocks that I want to follow. Okay, so that'll change during the day. See, with the NCI, I might as well get rid of it, right? So yeah, this is typically what happens is in the pre-market, when I see something that might be interesting that I haven't that's not thumbnailed, like Riley. Riley was classic example. I did not have Riley thumbnailed before. Yeah, but it's no problem to if I want to start, following Macy's. No, 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 no. That's the whole idea of having them thumbnailed is that I don't want them to change. Okay. I don't want them to change. Well, I'll tell you what I can do. If you like the doc idea, okay, like this, I can give you the doc and then you just have to change the symbols into what you want. Now I've got 8 here. Now, depends. Okay. How are you a premium subscriber or a standard subscriber, Mike? Or do you know? The reason I say that is that standard okay, standard subscribers only have access to 10 charts, okay, and premium 20. So here are 8, but you can see I've also got, these charts here and my SPY chart. So I have a total of 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I've got 12 charts. So I guess the bottom line is if you're a standard subscriber, I'm just going to talk in general, and you've got, 4 or 5 charts up and running, you can't have this because you'll be at your limit, over your limit. But I can yeah, I can share it and then so as a template because it takes a bit of time to rearrange the charts. This is just in a doc format. So let me find it. File, load from cloud. And what is it called? Docked. Now, this is what I was saying. So if I type in docked, see here on my doc chart, here are all my docs. Okay, that's why I like to start off with docked. And then if I just do another space, there we are. There's the latest version. I should get rid of all these other ones so I can share this. Okay. Okay, there it is, Tony. Okay. I'm just going to get rid of these ones because these are duplicates. Do not need them. Okay. So again, remember, you'll see these stocks. You just have to change them. You just left click on the chart in the chart, left click so the system knows what chart you're in, and just start typing. And this change symbol box should pop up, and then change. Okay. Well, Renee, I mean, I start talking at 9 o'clock. Okay, Eastern time. So the market, in theory, is not open, hasn't opened till 9:30. But okay, but you don't have to wait for me to talk. You can follow them yourself. So if you click on my homepage link and scroll down to the center section, my scans, this is all I'm doing. This is the pre-market actives up and down. This is what I'm watching. This is basically the same as the pre-market actives up. Okay. Okay, but that's all I do. I'm just looking at the pre-market actives up and down. Now, a stock that is already ripping in the pre-market doesn't necessarily mean it's going to continue to rip in the pre-market, or once the market opens, it's going to rip. I mean, that's I wish it were that. I wish it were like that and make it trading insanely easy, but it just doesn't work like that. But at least it identifies the stocks that are, active. You could also, you can use these even though these are already up. Now, here's one that's new. Okay, when I say new, okay, it's under a dollar. But let's take a look at another one. This YYAI has another. Wow, it's under a dollar again. Okay, find one that's not under a dollar. How about MULN? Okay, MULN. So you may look at this and go, well, you know what? It's already up. But what if you are more of a pullback trader? And so where's the VWAP? 369. Maybe put a price alert in that area, the 369 area, which happens to be kind of the low of that 15-minute candle. So create a price alert. And if you're into playing VWAP bounces, see if it comes down to the VWAP area and maybe bounces off it. Or maybe if it really gives it up, it turns into a short. Or maybe a moving average that you like. There's the 10 SMA on my 15-minute chart. You may have a moving, and I'm just talking in general, not just to you, Renee. Um, so there's you don't have to. I understand a lot of people don't want to see these because they're already at the high of the day, but you can also play them on a pullback if it happens. Bottom line is these are good to follow because they're acting abnormally, right? They're acting abnormally, and if you're trading intraday, you've got to want to see the ones that are trading abnormally. Wow, look at this one, guys. Now ALGM. Now this is certainly kind of bucking, very carefully bucking the trend. Okay, the trend meaning here's our market moving down. Okay, but this did not do anything like that. So this is an earnings play. It is not an earnings play. Sorry, I could have sworn it was. Wow. So this is not an earnings play. Now look at this. It's right at that high, 28.55. If it can break that, this has got a lot of opportunity here. I mean, if it breaks this high here, maybe this stalls it. I mean, maybe it will not break that high, and maybe it turns into a short. We don't know. We don't know what's going to happen here. But if it breaks through that high, then the next high is 29.45. So not quite a dollar away. Okay. So I just don't know why I thought that might have been an earnings play. But it's in the semi SMH. What is SMH doing? Yeah. So SMH, I mean, the semis have fallen. So ALGM certainly is running counter to, I'm going to call it the sector. Oh, computer, stop it. You hear that, Jamie? I'm definitely going back to the two builds before. It wasn't as bad. Okay, Michael, in our YouTube room, I got some great scanners from Michael yesterday. I'm unable to figure out how he colored them. There is no properties or color tabs. Well, of course, I have no idea what they were, and you cannot post them here, in YouTube. You have to come over to the main room. Yeah, I don't know. I can't help you. I don't know. I'd have to see what one of them is. But you cannot post in YouTube the link. You'd have to come over to the main room, and then you could post the link, and I could take a look. It's I just can't. My coloring is, I've got blue here. That's you know I've got colors here. So I don't really know what you're talking about, but until I see it, I can't possibly know. Well, you have to go to the trading room. I just posted the link just above where you're saying this, right there. You have to come because you cannot post links in YouTube, but you can post them in our trading room, and then I can take a look. Aha! Gap is closing a little bit more. 17,000 now. Now this Andre's got a huge open profit. Okay, 23,000. Huge open profit. That means he's still in trades and has not closed out of, I don't know how many trades he's in right now. Well, you've got to take your scan, right click, and it's just a scan, not a layout, right? Just a scan. One scan. Right click, save or share to cloud. Click on the save. Okay, now it's saved, and then Control V will paste it in. Control V will then paste it in. Okay, so save and share. So now basically you've copied the scan, and then you know, pasting as in general, Control V will paste the link in. All right, guys. So see how that so far anyway, how that high has blocked ALGM from moving higher so far. So that worked almost to the penny, 28.53, 28.55. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to just a normal chart, see if that helps. I like the HTML charts, the way, all the relative volume and all that stuff is right up there, but it may be draining my system. All right. So what Shady is saying, just to decipher for those who don't know, so he has taken DJT. What if I have it here somewhere? No. So DJT, he's taken it. The trigger was 3270 for him. So it triggered, and he's got to stop at 32. So yeah, that's my fan. I'm going to go to another build, Jay. It wasn't as bad with the. I went to the latest build last night, but I think I will go back. So on a risk reward basis, all right, let me see. I hope it's not a layout. Pull back to prior resistance 1 minute. Okay, let's take a look. Now, I don't get too involved in the coloring, so but let's see if I can help here. This is from his Market Explorer. Oh, I have no idea on Market Explorer unless there's this is not this is his Market Explorer, isn't it? Yeah, E. I don't know. Well, let's see if I can even see if there's colors. So what are you trying to like? What is the issue? No, Market Explorer. No, you cannot load anything in here. These are all custom. You can't control it. You can't control the price range. The dark mode. I don't know if it's anything special. Oh, I see. I think okay, I think now I understand. You want your a normal scan to be in dark mode. Oh, okay, okay. I don't know if we have that. Yeah, I don't think there's I mean, you can, I can have this, but let me try something here. Yeah, these are Market Explorer scans, okay? Denver, okay? These are all in the Market Explorer. That's what it the E, okay? So, let me just see those out of curiosity. Yeah, I don't think there's any way. Ugh, what are you doing? Okay. All right. Now, the trick is to get the symbol. You cannot, yeah. I was trying to maybe get the symbol in white. But there's no background and foreground, unfortunately. There is. Pepe, I did it. You can do it. Okay. I mean, that's purple, but I can get it black. Okay. So yeah, you can actually do it. Now, you're going to, I mean, okay, first of all, would that be okay? I mean, I know it's purple. I could change it to black, but I mean, would that be okay? Okay. So if you right click on your alert window and go to properties and then select the color. So this is actually a foreground and background selection. So this is the background. So if I chose purple, so let me choose black right there. Okay. And then here is the foreground, which is white. No, no, but I thought maybe we could maybe trick it, Pepe. There is no, yeah, there's no dark mode setting, but okay, there you go. Okay. Now, the issue though now is that of course now if you're only looking for stocks that are going up, then it doesn't matter because but if you had a window that were showing you stocks going up or down, that's why. But I mean, that's basically what Michael has, I think. So you could do that. Which it works if you have a window in which you're only interested in stocks moving higher. If you have a window of stocks moving lower, you could do the same thing. But the nice thing, of course, about for instance, here, the way I've color coded in this one, green means up for me, light blue means up, yellow means down, um, orange means down. Okay, I've color coded it like that. But if you don't care about that, and that's all you have to do. How do I get it noted for your page, Tony? What do you mean by that, Tony? Yeah, so it's simple. It's really simple. Right click, properties, go down to select colors, and then if things are moving up, then this is just the foreground and this is the background, and these are just palette, and just pick black for the background and pick white for the foreground. Okay. Okay, guys, listen, I'll be taking a break really soon, so I better get the announcement in. So I don't understand your question, Tony. How to get it noted for your page? I'm not sure I understand. And my screen is going to disappear for a while, guys, because I'm going to go back a couple of builds to see if that solves a little bit of the issue that I got with my computer. So there is, and I'll put the YouTube link in. Jamie is not there yet, but I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Jamie. Well, I've disabled the graphic accelerator in Chrome, Pepe. I've disabled that. Give me a moment. I just want to just waiting for Jamie, but I can show you. It's Chrome. Just give me a moment as I shut down my music. I'm just waiting for Jamie to show up. You see, it's basically Chrome that goes, the very now it doesn't look bad now, but it goes when it starts to like it says very high, but sometimes it gets up to 20, 30, 40. And I believe, hi, Jamie.
Hello, hello, hello,
Okay,
Barry.
just give me one moment, okay?
No worries. Take your time.
Okay. So, guys, I'm going to mute myself in the main room, but I'm going to come back to you, Pepe, okay? I just want to introduce Jamie into the YouTube room. So, I'm muting myself in the main room. Jamie. So, first of all, welcome, Jamie. For those who don't know, Jamie is our Wednesday specialist, and
You're
he
so
will
kind with
host.
your description, Barry.
Yeah. Well, and he will host the room between 12 and 1 o'clock, okay, while I take my break. So, first of all, how are you, Jamie? What's anything cool happening with you today?
Doing all right. With earnings kind of in play with some of these
Yeah,
European banks, not quite the bang for the buck that we were expecting, but that's the way it is sometimes. Just a little feels a
yeah.
little sleepy out there, except for you know, the low float runners and whatnot that are typically around.
Definitely, definitely. Now, the AI had a couple of really good trades, though. I mean, the
Yes.
EDU on the short,
Mm-hmm.
unbelievable. The HELE is still kind of working. It's a bit of a spread issue on it, but the EDU is awesome. So, so
Yeah,
that's
I'm
what
just
I'm doing my
trying to
video on today. So I'll do
that
the
one.
video on that one.
The
So listen,
EDU. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Oh yeah, look at that. Boom. Mm-hmm.
yeah, and the alert was at 90 82.21, and it got down to 72 before it pulled up a bit. So that was really really an excellent one.
New Oriental education.
Yep.
That's a
Now
word. That's a
keep
word you don't see very often anymore.
no Oriental. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm very surprised, but it is a Chinese company, so I guess they're allowed to
Right.
say that. You know? The other one to watch then is TAL, because that is the other big China education company. They release earnings tomorrow, and hasn't collapsed like EDU, but
Mm-hmm. But it's up
you
there.
would
You
you
know.
would wonder, if it's going to collapse like EDU tomorrow. So, anywho, I will let you go, and
Hey, quick
well, no,
question, real quick. Have
oh
you had
sure.
any alerts out of your um, abnormal option activity 10-day?
Just the one, and that's HELE, just the one. Now you won't have it probably if you took it from me because
You have to
the
change the
price
setting.
range I think was $60 or 55
Right.
top HELE, and I changed that a long time ago to about 100. And so, but yeah, it's been very, very. But I anticipate that as we get more and more into earnings season, we'll start to get a lot more.
For
I
sure.
don't want a lot, but I'd like to get five or six.
Yeah, I was just wondering if something was wrong with mine because I'm like,
No,
usually there's something, at least one comes through there.
yeah,
But
no.
today, no, bone dry.
Yeah. So you can increase it to 100 if you want, and then you'll certainly probably get a few more.
Very good, sir. Well, I know you got things to tend to, so I won't keep you.
Yes. Okay. Thanks, Jamie. See
All
you in
right,
about
we'll
an
see you
hour.
when you get back. Thank you.
Okay. Bye.
Okay, hi, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome to my desktop. I'm assuming everybody can hear and see okay. And just as Barry was saying, this is the hour that we allocate for live support. Get a different trader slash trainer guide from Trade Ideas in here every day of the week. And today's my day. So, no pre planned content, just talking shop, trading. Any questions that you guys have about the software, just use that chat panel to get them out there. I also have some very basic and rudimentary chart reading skills. I'm no Michael Noss or Steve Gomez or Andy, but I get it done. So if you'd like me to take a look at any charts for you, I can give you my take on that as well. Okay, so it looks like the questions panel's all caught up. Jay was asking about the whirl sound in the background, which I'm assuming might have been Barry's fan. And just, I think the message I was expecting just came in as fate would have it. Of course, Jamie always files an extension to get his taxes done. Um, I think my accountant might be calling me. So let me take this really quick. I'll be back as soon as I can. Won't be too long. Okay, guys, sorry for the dead air there. These things always happen at the perfect time, but all is good. All right. Okay. Questions coming in here. What time do the scanners start in the morning? I do believe 4 a.m. my time. So let's just take a look here. Let's see who asked the question there. Michael. Let's go into 15 minute. Put the old post market up just to verify pre-market. Okay. So for example, here on Tau, you can see first tick right here in the pre-market was 3:15 Central Standard Time. Yeah, so I said 4, actually 3 a.m. Central Standard Time. So that's 4 a.m. Eastern. All right, Kay was asking about HYMC mining company. So we can see the little, picture in picture here off its top on the long term. Looks like it might be getting into an area of support. Of course, we can get a little more detailed here just by taking a peek at the daily here. And yeah, if I drop a line here, you'll see what I'm talking about. So this little area from back in, looks like June, July of last year, acted as resistance for a little bit. Once it fell through, bam, supply, bam, they couldn't hold it. Now it's up here in this little range. So, mining stocks are, they're going to go sometimes with the price of the underlying commodity, and sometimes they have a mind of their own. But it looks like it just, ran into some supply shortly before it got to this level here. See if my lines are, yeah, it's still doing that thing where it only lets me use it one time for some reason. So, we could be in play anywhere up to the 490-ish level or anywhere down to the 271 level. Two areas of interest there. And if I could just know why this is, try that one more time, just for giggles. Yeah, second time's a charm. So it just looks like this is our playground right now for HYMC. Hopefully, if you're long, what we would need to see is a close above that level. But we could just bounce around in here for a while in this range. All right, Michael, reading your question there. New scanner I made, it doesn't have colors. When I open the color scheme thing, it won't allow me to add the pre-made color bars. Okay, Michael, is that a top list? I'm assuming it's a top list, right? Or it could be an alert window, but the color functionality is different for those guys. So if it's a top list, let me know and I'll pull one up here and I'll walk you through that process. Or if you wanted to drop the cloud link in the YouTube, I could just take yours and color it for you. So either way you want to handle that is fine with me. Just let me know. In the meantime, I'll just pull a top list over here. Oh, it's a multi-strategy window? Okay. Well, then that's good because I thought we had one here. Yeah, so this is a multi-strategy window. So colorization is a little bit different here. And it's been a while since and I think we have to go to the individual strategy and then we get the colors. Okay, so I'm assuming this is where you're talking about because in the regular alert window and top list, just the right click menu in properties, we have the colors, but you'll see that that's different here. So we have to go into the individual strategy. Doesn't really matter which one we use here. And then we go into colors. And all you're going to be able to do is set the foreground and the background color. So for example, on this trading above yesterday's high, that is a background of black and a foreground of green, right? So let's see here. Have to remember the name of the strategy. Okay, so let's look at trading above resistance price. And it appears we have black for the background and green for the foreground. So yeah, those are the only things you can impact when you're using the multi-strat window. But if we want to change that, we would just come here and, you know, when you said custom color schemes at first, I thought you might have been referring to the top list because we have pre-configured color schemes, so you don't have to go in there and do it. This is just basically if you want to create a different color than what you see here, which, yeah, okay, sure. It just is going to allow you to blend it a little bit more, with this little, see how it changes right here till you get the right color that you want. And then, let's say you like that color and you would say add, and then it would add it over here. So instead of quickly going like that, you could just do that and get it back. So unfortunately, it's very simplistic here. You don't get the detail that you get, say, in a top list. But the alert windows work like that too. You can only set foreground and background color. So I don't know if that was the answer you were wanting, Michael, but that's the way the color functionality works in the multi-strat. Okay, as I was, chatting with Barry, not a lot to look at in the options plays or the 10-day range breaks. We've got some a little bit of action coming through the high options ticker, but the AWN is the only one in there presently, more than likely because it's doing a ton of options volume. But the stock is kind of floundering here. Okay, let me see here. Did you send it the link? So, Michael, you sent it in the chat room? Did you drop it in the, let's see, the cloud link? Because if you drop the cloud link, I do not see it. And I thought you guys could drop cloud links into the YouTube chat. So I'm not seeing a cloud link, by the way. Well, let me make sure I'm not just blind here. Did you drop it in there with Barry? Or oh yeah, I think you dropped it earlier. So let me see if this is it. No, that's Barry's link. Yeah, for some reason it's not showing up over here in chat. Hmm. Yeah, just for the record, I'm not seeing a link in the YouTube chat. Yeah, I guess you guys are limited. I think I can, but you guys cannot. Now, were you saying that that's you got the multi-strat from Michael Noss? Yes, that's what I mean. YouTube chat, not um, I'm looking at the StreamYard chat, which duplicates YouTube. So yeah, we're talking about the same thing, just making sure. Mm, okay, well, now was this the one you got from Michael? How many strategies are in it? Okay. So if we go back to this multi-strat window, right, and you right click and you hover over strategies, how many strategies are in there? Is it just like one, two? And what would the name of one of them be? But regardless of what's in there, this is the only option that you have is to set the foreground and the background colors. Okay. So like I said, your only option is to go in there. And if there's only one in there, yeah, why is it in a multi-strategy window? Don't know. Um, but yeah, unfortunately, this is your only option right here. Colors and then set the foreground and the background. And if I just click here, say OK, then it changes that foreground to that bright blue color. Want to change it back? Select the color, hit OK, and then you can see it changed. Background, we want that black. Now we can see. This is always going to be the little sample of what it's going to look like. Hey, no worries. Yeah, so on that note, I want to say it was small borders. Yeah, we got the M up here for the multi-strat window. All right, well, let's check in and see if the chaos has continued to ensue. Looks like the SPY. Flip back over here to the daily 15. Yeah, we're just kind of hanging out down here at lows. After the bounce that we've had. So what do we have there? I think we had like a little, put the bottom in here, 2 green days. And it's, we popped highs, but now we're kind of turning red as we go back through the close of yesterday. You know, Everybody'd love to see just a pop, pop, pop back to the top, but, check it out. We went below that level pretty hard. Could have acted as supply here, but bulls won. Bulls are still winning. So to see us kind of bobble around in this little 506 to 503 range for a couple of days wouldn't be that surprising. Of course, I wouldn't mind it if we just sprung on up either. But notice the 10 period here. Notice how it acted as the wet blanket the whole way down. Once we got a little, this was a big tell. Everybody thought buyers were still in control. Nice close above the 10 up here close. But then little gap down action and some, just hardcore selling over a matter of days. And the 10 period acting as the wet blanket on it. Now it's starting to get a little frisky, and hopefully we'll still close above that 10 period today, and that would be a good, sign for the bulls moving forward. But the brakes have been put on so far. Let's check in on a couple of the EV related stocks. Well, Plug appears to be getting, you know, beat up pretty good here lately. And while we're on the EV topic, things are getting crazy out there with the EVs. I mean, unless you're Tesla, You're pretty much residing under 10 bucks, it seems, for most of these guys. I mean, there's still a few out there with some bigger numbers reflecting the share price. But my goodness, let's just do a little zoom back here on the good old Tesla. From its lofty perch of over 400, residing at a buck 58 right now. Okay, sorry, ladies and gents. I still have one more distraction to deal with here. Okay. I do believe I won't be pestered anymore. And that should be that. Okay, thanks for bearing with me. You got to pay that tax, man. Begrudgingly as it may be. Okay. I see your question, Yellow Jacket. My in-chart windows are not moving with the time frame. I have to expand them, bring them back to size to get the most updated price going today. Okay, Yellow Jacket, and you're on the downloadable. You're on the downloadable client. So I'm just going to assume that you're on the downloadable version. So let me ask you this: if you just pop, something that moves around a lot, if you pop SPY in here, do you see the price changing at all over there in the right border? Because I'm always on a developer's version. I do know we had some chart issues yesterday, and so they should have put up a rollback um, link on the download page. Let me see here. Now, are you talking about the 5687 version? On the right side, yes, but the frame doesn't move with the time. When you say the frame, like I'm seeing my candle fluctuate here with the price action. I'm not really sure what you mean by the frame. Okay, and just to confirm, Yellow, if you go to your TI toolbar, and where did mine go? There it is. Okay, so if you get your TI toolbar and go to Help and About, can you tell me the version? I'm assuming it is the 5687, but if you could just confirm that for me. Okay, so the chart's not updating. I got you. Okay. Let me back channel somebody here and see what's going on. And I thought we had 5687. Yep, okay, that's the current one. And we don't currently have a beta. So, okay, hold on, I got some information here. Okay, so here's the scoop. I can give you a version to roll back to. Let's see here, yellow. Okay, so I can provide you with a link that will allow you to download the previous version and not have to suffer the chart issue. But here's the deal. You don't have to uninstall the previous version, right? You can just install the new one over the top of the old one. But in this case, if you want to use this rollback version, then you will need to officially uninstall the Trade Ideas Pro before you install this new version. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to drop the rollback link into the YouTube chat. And just remember, if you want to roll back to this version, you must uninstall before you install this one. Okay, so there you go, Yellow. I dropped it into the YouTube chat. Yes, and there will be an update. You know, we're aware of it. It was affecting some users, but not all users. And you can roll back to, to not have to worry about it right now if you're one of those users that it's affected. Um, but for example, this version that I'm on right now will be the next version, and we're not having that issue. So there will be another version coming out very soon. It's just in the meantime, if you want to correct that issue, you just got to roll back to the prior. And you're welcome. Very welcome. All right. And it looks like everybody's kind of, and when I say everybody, I mean, it seems like the market and everybody, or all the stocks within said market, have decided to take a little nap. And it's not a big surprise because, I mean, we've had some really great action, the past few days. And, even some really great downside action early, but once the fun was over there, everything's just kind of stalled out here. I was having a conversation with some other traders earlier, and it's like, yeah, it's been a great past couple of weeks, and sometimes the slow days are gonna be here. And this brings up a very good trading related psychological lesson, and that is knowing how to throttle your activities based on what the market is giving out, right? The perfect analogy for trading a boring market is the surfing analogy, right? If you're a surfer in California and you go out there were supposed to be waves, and there were some waves, but now they died down, and you just got this little 2-foot chop coming in. But yet you're still going to see people out there diving headlong into the sand, thinking they're going to be able to surf. Be pretty ridiculous, right? Be pretty bad for your health too. Same way with market structure, right? You got 1-foot lappers coming in right now. You can't surf in that. Now that doesn't mean that later in the day you might have some big waves coming in, and that'll be the time to try to do some surfing. But trying to surf in 1-foot waves just kind of pointless. Speaking of surfing, Michael, can you explain the current idea surfing in the main control bar? Because mine stops constantly, so I have to restart all the time, but I notice you guys don't have it in your layouts. Maybe I'm confused. Well, it can be a little confusing. So notice you can start. I thought we had, okay, once I click that little drop down, I could activate it if I wanted to. You can also set, let's see, it's been a gazillion years since I looked at this one. Enable surfing is somewhere around here, but I thought it was in general. Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay. Notice I don't have mine checked. Now, what is idea surfing? All idea surfing is going to do, if we activate it, is if you have a top list, like for example, I just drug a top list over here, all right? If I activate idea surfing, then what it's going to do is and I have some other top lists that have the indexes in there on my other uh, screen, but basically it's just going to go through every top list that's on your screen and scroll through the symbols, right? Mine's going a little fast because I messed with my configuration. But if you only had this top list on, then that would be the top list that it's going to cycle through. So I'm gonna pause my idea surfing because I've got mine on way too fast of a millisecond, and I forgot to change it back after I was doing some testing a while back. So that's why it was going so fast. But to your question there, Michael, whatever top list you have and you turn surfing on, it's just going to cycle through the top list and throw the charts up there for you. That is also a good analogy, John. You can fish when there's no fish, but you're not going to get any fish. It's not near as detrimental to your health, though, as trying to dive into 1 foot waves. Yeah, like, and if you're a person that really like has the urge to automate your charts, but for me, I'm just like I'm a clicky guy. I like to click on my top list and see the exact chart that I want to see, right? Do I use chart surfing? No. I'm sure there's somebody out there that probably does, but that is what it's about. Ah, look, poor Richard Branson. His stock is at 87 cents now. But I thought they were going to be the next big thing, taking people up into space and whatnot. But the market, the stock price tells us, meh, wasn't such a good idea. Correct, Michael. It only applies to top list. So doesn't matter if you have one top list, it's just going to slowly cycle through that entire top list. And then when it gets done with that one, any other top lists, it'll find and cycle through them as well. Yeah, 7-7, slow, flat since this morning. Yeah, and that is a good time to take a gander at some NR7s. We were talking about this the other day. When we're just going to see a lot of the same things here. Sure, BTE is in a tight range. LU in a tight little range. Of course, this does make for the whole thing about NR7s is okay. We know that this range from prior day is always going to be in play, right? Coinciding with the 130 period. But it looks like it's putting on the brakes for now. So in essence, we see where the stock has been. Do we know what the market's going to do? It probably got drugged down with the markets. But you could easily buy some at 444 and risk about 3 cents. If you get stopped out, it's not the end of the world, or you might make 3 or 6 cents, from this level. Now, I've got this one pointed at a list, but I tell you what, let me duplicate this one. We'll just take a peek at the whole market. Put that on all symbols. We will add a little bit of filtering here. Just to keep the real thin stuff out. Volume today. Yeah, let's do that. And the way the NR7s work, if we have a 5-minute setup, every 5 minutes you'll just see them pulse out of there every 5-minute block. Different than like a new high with an alert window where you're seeing the exact time that the event occurred. If we're watching 5-minute versions, you can see here it spits them out every 5 minutes, 11:30, 11:35, 11:25, so forth and so on. Okay, I got a little message over here saying there might be audio problems, but it does that a lot and there's nothing wrong. But if my audio does start chopping out, somebody let me know. And to your question there, Michael, NR7 stands for narrow range. So like if I right click in this alert window and we'll just take a peek here. So narrow range, it's just identifying things that, if we're looking at the 5-minute version, then you would have had to have a period of 5-minute bars in a tight range, kind of like what we're seeing on this Lou over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. For 25 minutes, we're going sideways, looking at the 5-minute candles. And eventually, with that narrow range, notice that little inside bar, you can barely see it there on the icon. It's looking for this 5-minute range like this, where there's 4, 5, 6 consecutive 5-minute candles showing us a small range. And then one of the candles gets inside, and then that's when the alert fires. And that inside candle, just like, a lot of people like to, watch for inside candles on various time frames, whether it's the daily, the 15 or whatever, because once we're inside the previous candle, a lot of times that can act as a catalyst for a move. Now, whether that move is up or down depends on what the chart is displaying us thus far, all right? But that's what narrow range means. Narrow range in the respective time frame, and then you get an inside candle. Thank you, John. Yeah, I didn't think I had any audio issues, but the little message told me so. Okay, V5, V8, maybe you know what an M2 life is. Uh, M2? I'm not really sure. That one rings a bell off the top of my head. M2 reminds me of like, isn't that money supply? From an economic terminology standpoint. No, it's not really a pullback. Now, this stock did come down, right? Let's see. I think I just got some clicking out here. But is that my custom version? Okay. So we just had a bunch of NR7s come through here, right? Let me add this so I don't have to keep my land explosive winners, duplicate into explosive winners. Well, of course, it put it up here. We'll just shrink it down a little bit. Okay. So some of them are going to be real pretty. This one's not the prettiest, right? We are in a tight range here from 122, what is that, 16 to 122.58. Yeah, small range for $100 stock, right? But it's just looking for this sideways action. not necessarily a pullback, right? Now it can coincide with a stock taking a nice pullback, and then the NR7 might get your attention, and then you say, "Ooh, this looks like a good, time to pick some up here, like LLY, right? We just took a little pop up. Now we're pulling back. We know the bottom has been put in. Of course, this one's already got some steam behind it. But it's just going to be showing you these real tight ranges. Some of them are going to be up and down like this within the range. And then sometimes you're going to get some that are, flat as a board. That one's flatter, right? But I'm pretty picky, I like to see real like, okay, this one's tightening up pretty well, right? Stocks down, we could also consult the daily. I don't know, is there any potential, you know, support building up? Or you could just play the range here. If the low is 58.75 and you're going to take some at 79, I mean, what is that, a 4-cent risk? Three, even go a penny outside of that range, 5-cent risk. And, these are really good for when the market is slow because I mean, you know, gee, I'm gonna buy some at 80 cents. The bottom is 75. So even if you put it a penny outside, you're risking 6 cents, right? Now, I'm not saying that's there are no guarantees, but it is a way to take some very low risks on things that you might think will take a little pop, assuming the market goes back up, things of that nature. Okay, Jay, what are the filters that you think are the most important for opening range break? That's a really good question. And most of the times it's the simple answer. Some of the best opening range breaks now, sometimes the AI shows up with a breakout and a breakdown scan. I think it did today as well. Breakout long, yeah. We got that on the RBBN. Of course, very shortly after the open. And it did go up a little bit, but through some elbows before, setting those higher highs. What about the breakdown? That was the one Barry and I were talking about earlier, the EDU. That was a breakdown, but it is an opening range break, but this isn't really what I look for. I look for sideways action, right? Little consolidation. Now, to find those, let's just see if I can find a good example. I didn't play them today. I've got a ticker full of them though. Let's just see. And I'm thinking that, okay, this would have been beautiful playing the opening range break, right? And, I'm getting a little off topic here, but whether it's an opening range break in the regular session or it's a breakout from the pre-market range because it looks like this thing just opened right there at 282, opened right here, and it broke that pre-market range. So if you can find the stocks in Mulan, the beat down reverse split stock, but who cares, right? Price action is price action. I like to see whether it's pre-market or in the regular session, this kind of action, because it makes your decision very easy. If it opened here, bam, as soon as it cracks that pre-market range, your stop loss is the bottom of the pre-market range, and this thing never looked back. It's the same pattern. It's just this one occurred in the regular session, but you're using the pre-market as a reference point for your entry and your exit. So in the regular session, I like to find them as close to this as possible. Of course, it's like trying to find a needle in the haystack. But here's the kicker is that in order for something to break out, and this one's decent. It's not the prettiest thing in the world, but this is one of the flavors that these guys come in. First, you have a big candle to start the day, telling you that the buyers are in control. Then we expend some energy and get up here to the $20 level. And then it backs off. buyers are in control from 1969 all the way up to about 2034. They almost drove it up a point in the first 15 minutes of the open. Then buyers and sellers become equal right here. Okay. Now it goes sideways for how many minutes? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 25 minutes. And then boom, we get up here. And of course, if I want to play strictly by the rules, it didn't break a high till that wick was topped, right? So then we got the range break here at 2036. Nice little pop up to 2060. Didn't move a whole lot, but that is a decent example of an opening range break. Just didn't have much legs before it pulled back. It's got to come down here and stop everybody out and then go higher. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes they keep going. So in this case, getting back to your question, the stock cannot break its range unless it hits a new high, right? So I've got a couple of new high and low tickers that, assuming things aren't moving too crazy, right? I just look at them as they occur. That one was okay. Let's see. Let's go back a little bit. There were some buyout rumors in HPQ today. So I believe that's the first candle of the day. Now, this one's ugly, but it's a range break nonetheless because that was the previous high. That was the opening candle right here. And of course, it took a shellacking. And then I think some kind of buyout rumor hit, which was, I think, the fuel for this one. But you can see not only did it come all the way back up here and break out and continue, but it had expended a lot of energy getting up there. Like I would have never probably taken that trade if I was fortunate enough to have seen it because too much energy expenditure rising up to the break. And I don't like to chase things. But technically, it's a range break and it had to pop a new high to get out of there. There's the A1 again. Yes, Jay, if I'm hitting a opening range break, I do because it's a very simple methodology. Let's take the AY for example. Let's say I'm like, ooh, I like that. I'm going to pick some up. Let's say I got just a little bit worse price than that line of 2038. Say I took 2040 was my cost getting in here, right? And as you hear Barry talk about all the time, I don't care. I'll play a move for 22 cents. Money's money, right? But if I took the trade here and my price was 2040, what would my risk have been on this trade? Okay, and so the 910 central candle where it broke is my entry candle. So to calculate my risk, and of course this is done before I make the trade, not including the entry candle, I go back 15 minutes. 1, 2, 3. This was the low of the prior 15-minute period down here. My entry was up here. So 40 down to, I would have had to have risked 30 cents on that. And on the first pop, we went from 40, that's only 21 cents. Now it did yield more after all, right? But if my stop loss is down here, even if I kept it, set the pullback, let's see, 40, 34 cents, that would have been like a 1R, right? Risk 30 cents to make 30 cents, which isn't bad. It's just that when you're only pulling 1R, you better be pretty accurate, right? High win rate. I've taken a look at that one. Um, Market Explorer opening range. It's been a while. Let me refresh my memory here. Let's see. I forget where those are. That's the strength. Type base. Gap. I forgot what menu these are in. ID, composites. Closing range. Strength. Okay. Am I just... I'm not seeing them in here. Market Explore for opening range. And I could have swore we had some opening range breaks in here, but I have not been using them. And apparently, unless I'm just blind here, I'm not seeing anything in here relating to opening range. Closing range breakout. But to your question, what do I use? Well, my favorite is highs and lows. Lows for the breakdowns, of course. But then, we also have the alerts for that as well. And these can spit out some really interesting ones, right? Um, depending on the filter set that you've carved out for it, right? So it's always tricky to try to balance the window. These are some, you can see this one looked okay. It just failed. This one, 414 up to 425. Once again, not the prettiest thing, and that opening wick just kind of ruins the whole party there. So we can use the pre-configured alerts. We can use high and low. And to that topic, people even like to get predictive with range breaks from time to time. So you can always use let's see, I forget what these are called. The below high and below and above low. So you can say, okay, show me stocks that you could use. For example, I'm just pulling this out of thin air. Show me things in our 7ing on the 5-minute time frame that are 5 cents below their high. So not only are they 5 cents away from their high, but they're flatlining up there too. There's a lot of different ways to try to grab them in real time as it's happening, or you can try to get predictive and go, okay, if you set up something like that, you say, okay, stock XYZ is in a tight base close to its high, and the volume is raging, and that's when you go set a price alert for that one. So there's a lot of different ways to address opening range breaks other than the predefined alerts, new highs and lows, just two of the more basic ways to find them. Yeah, Poet's been, is that the one that was coming through the coming through, oh no, that was Dawn. But yeah, Poet, I saw that one a couple of times the other day, but did not engage it. Now, once again, while we're talking about these pre-market range breaks, I mean, that's $1.74, and the opening candle was at $1.81, right? So opened a little bit above, but looks like it pulled back at some point in time because the low, 171, didn't even get to the bottom of that pre-market range, and then this thing shot up like a rocket. Now you look at that and you're like, ooh, I bet it was spready as heck and it's too volatile for me. But if you're keying off this level here off the open, well, then you know what your, worst case scenario is. If you pick kind of the middle of that range right there and went, I'm buying it, I'm going to risk down to $1.67. Not a very high risk trade for a big reward. And to your question, Shaw, what time frames do I use mostly? Well, even though it's hazardous to my health most of the time, if I'm going to trade off of the open, and you guys always hear Barry say, you know, not saying don't trade in the first 15 minutes. It's just that things move so fast that if you're not quick, you can get run over pretty quickly. So typically in the first 15 to 20 minutes, I'm looking at a 1 minute chart. Once about 5 to 6 5-minute candles have time to develop, after the first 30 minutes or so, I just go to a good old fashioned 5-minute intraday. But then I really love having another companion with the 15 because I like to keep my eyes on the 10 period, right? So you can see right here, once Poet dropped below the 10 period and that candle closed right there on the fringe, it got all bleedy, above, 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 levitation, wicking down to it, but in the upward momentum. But as soon as we get that first close above, we take another level down, acts as the wet blanket for a good period of time here. And now, let's see, this candle is about to close in 3 minutes, and it's going to be a nice close above the 10, which tells me the buyers have control again for now. So 1 to start, gravitating to 5 after, about the first 30 minutes. And then from that point on for intraday, I just use a 5 and a 15. And of course, I always got the daily and weekly perched up in another corner on another monitor just for, quick reference. All right, Jay, to your question, my position sizing is likely heavier than 20% per trade. Now, when you say 20%, are you saying 20% of your account value, or where does the 20% come in? Because I look at it more from a risk standpoint. On some of these thinly traded things, uh, I'll just go, okay, well, I'm just like everybody else. If my risk per trade is 200, then you have to back into it based on the price of the stock. So whatever pullback or whatever stop loss I set, let's say my average risk per trade is $200. But if I have to sit, if I get stopped out, if I'm risking say 25 cents, right? And I do get stopped out, where for every 100 shares, that's $25, approximately. So in that case, I couldn't have been in more than 800 shares if I have to risk 25 cents, because if I lost a quarter on that 800, that'd be $200. So let's see, who was asking that question? Oh yeah, Jay. I'm not. That would be a pretty aggressive mood for one range break. Now, you know, if it's a scalping thing, then perhaps that allocation could be. I've done more. I've maxed out my whole account on one trade before, but it has to be a very specific risk averse play.
Okay, Jamie, the next time you're going to do that, you let me know the stock. Okay. If you're going to put 100% of your account into a stock, you let me know like even 10 seconds ahead of time,
It's very
please.
rare, but
It's
it
gotta be.
does present itself from time to time. It's been a very
Oh,
long
wow.
time since that's happened.
Hmm.
Now,
But sorry.
well, I was going to say IBIT. Barry, take all your money and just throw it into IBIT, and just hope for the best.
Hope for the best. Exactly.
Now, that
Well,
is a joke. I'm being sarcastic,
yes, I
right?
know he is. We have to mention this. Some guys kind of come into the room and that's all he heard and then leave. And
Yes,
then
this
when,
was comedy. This was
yeah,
comedy.
this was comedy. Exactly.
Hmm
But it's
And I,
going to
and I addressed
100,000.
Barry specifically, so
But isn't Bitcoin going to 100,000?
Uh, I do believe it will reach that level. Of course, I reserve the right to be wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but here's the interesting thing about Bitcoin is the chart's there. The whole
Mm-hmm.
chart from inception to where it is now is there for anybody to go review. And if you go back and look at when the halvings took place,
Yeah.
and everybody's all excited, like, ooh, I'm like, it's not going to be immediate price action. Of course, it could be. But if you go back and look at the chart and see the correlation between the halving and then the next bull run,
Right.
and then you have the down cycle, and most of the times the down cycle is the previous high from the last bull run, which coincides with the halving, and so forth and so on. So if you apply that methodology to where we are, or where Bitcoin is now, I should say, if you think that model is going to repeat itself, as a lot of cycles do, then theoretically, we could be at the level that will hit on the next downturn if it goes parabolic again.
Right.
That's the way I look at it.
There's been three of them, right? Before there have been three halving events.
Let's see, 13, 17, 20. I think this is the fourth.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
not including this one. There were three
correct.
before, so that's what you're
hmm
basing it on. Okay.
Yeah, so like I said, it could go to zero for all we know. I mean,
Mhm.
anything is possible, right? Um,
Your government says the heck with Bitcoin. That's it. No Bitcoin ever. I know they can't, but
yeah, I mean, well, hey, what a great show, right?
yeah.
And the funny thing is all the big boy, like Jamie Dimon and Morgan Stanley and J.P. Morgan and all those guys are like, "Don't touch it. If I catch
Hmm.
any of my traders trading it, they're fired." Well, that's what they're saying, but really what they're doing is they're accumulating it on the back end, right?
How do you know that, Jamie?
Well, that's just my theory.
I know,
Yeah.
but you said it so emphatically. That's what they're doing. They are accumulating it in the back end. I mean, you didn't say in your opinion. Just
Yeah.
kidding you, of course. But
Yeah.
hey,
Yeah.
by the way, did you answer Luna's question? I'm just looking here. I don't know.
Probably not. I probably
Hey
missed it.
guys, I'm in the tournament. I have a replay mode on the stock race. What is happening?
Oh, I'm sorry,
So,
Luna. Somehow that slid through the cracks there between J's. I'm in the tournament and I have a replay mode on the stock race. Well, replay mode is showing you what happened before, right? So I have a replay mode on the stock race. So notice how mine is running, but I could stop it, but I didn't. Okay, so now it's showing me replay mode. So if you stop it, and instead of hitting this button, hit this button, then it will start the live one. I guess maybe, I don't know, maybe Luna, you accidentally clicked on replay. Right. So if you stop it and then hit play, it should be running. It shouldn't be showing because notice if I click replay, replay mode's down here in big text. But if I stop it and then hit play, then it's running in the live market and we do not see replay mode down here. Okay, you're welcome.
well done, Jamie. Well done.
Do I get a prize, Barry?
You get a gold star. You definitely
Okay.
get a gold
All
star
right.
for that one. I'm not using stock racing anymore, so I sort of figured that's what it was. But I saw you did have a stock race up, so that's why I
Well,
thought
I
you
kind of
should
like
answer it.
having I like having the race and then nuzzle it up or put a little container with the tree map and the race,
Hmm.
just for giggles.
Well, on that note, and hey, I'm in a little Navi long NAVI, and you'll probably see maybe you'll see why. Little
Oh,
Navi
look at that.
long.
That's a range break right there, Barry. That's an
Oh,
opening
really? I
range
had no
break.
idea.
That's
See?
perfect. Well, it was perfect at $16,
That's where I'm in. Yeah, just
but
over 16.
yeah, that's a sweet little
Yeah.
Look at that
They
10
say,
period, hugging it like a warm blanket and nudging it up. And this little guy's calling up here. So
and it's an
very
earnings play, I
nice.
believe. So it should be relatively active for the rest of the day. But anyway.
Yeah, and
All
it's
right, my
doing some
friend.
good
Listen,
volume.
I will let you go now. Thanks, as always, for spelling me. And we'll see you next Wednesday.
You're very welcome, Barry. Bye, everybody.
Okay. Bye. All right, guys. Jamie and I went a little overtime. So let me, where is I got to get his, or I've got to get mine. Okay. I think I've taken over the screen in YouTube. There. All right. Now, okay, guys. So I was just telling Jamie, just want to get rid of the announcement here. Okay. So I was just telling Jamie that I'm in the Navy. Okay. Why? Well, let's move this up here just a little bit. Oh, I can't do it. Okay. Okay. So where did I see Navi? So I saw Navi on the gap continuation or gap down and reversal scan. Okay. I think I told people that I was going to be opening this one today, and I have. And this is using like a watch list. So you can see what happened to Navi. Let's take a look at Navi. So it gapped down, okay, reverse, chopped around, and then on this little candle there, this is at 12:45. I was still kind of coming off my break, took out that 16, just a little over 16, and I thought, okay, take it. Obviously, it's got a ton of room, if it wants to move. So that is the reason why I'm in the Navy. Okay. Meanwhile, a great trade by Shady on the, I keep wanting to say Dow Jones, DJT. Okay, great trade, almost straight up. Now, what happened, Oliver? You were so close to Andre. You were so close to Andre in the challenge, and he's pulling away a little bit here. But of course, and now Mr. G is catching up. Ah, I see. Okay. Well, as they say, you'll get him next time. Okay. You guys can hear my phone. Just give me a moment. Okay, guys, I'm going to be a little bit longer, maybe 5 minutes or so. Okay. All right, guys, I'm back. No, no, I had to put myself on mute just for a moment there. All right, guys, where was I now? So yeah, so the Navy's working, modestly well. So now DJT. So the next high looking left on this one is 36.39. So still has a little bit of room to that level. Guys, GL over 80 again. This could get romping again, guys. I mean, I know there are some who think that this is just going to keep slamming it down. What Fuzzy Panda said, but all we can do is look at a chart. Okay, it's all we can do. Look at a chart and see what it's telling us. Right now, it's telling us that it's in pretty decent recovery mode. Well, it depends what you're trying to trade, of course, John. Just look at the market. Look at the SPY. Okay, so we've had a lot of choppiness in the SPY. Depends what you are trying to trade. If you're trying to trade things that are following kind of the market, yeah, it's been a really difficult day. But so is this one of those things, Oliver or Pepe, where you accidentally hit the thing twice, flatten twice or something, and then it flips you to it flips you from a buy to a short or a short to a long. Is that possible? Because I know that, yeah, I remember that being a kind of a bug in the older versions. You'd hit, if you thought you were getting out of something, and then well, for instance, I mean, I'm sure it's not going to happen now, but I think I can understand what might have happened. But depends. But Oliver should be on a certainly a later version. So yeah, you highlight something and you flatten it, and then you look and you don't think it's been flattened. Okay. Meanwhile, look at my big short on NCI. Yeah, and you think, "Wow, I better hit it again," and then all of a sudden you did, and then it flips the trade on you. So remember how I was looking to take this NCI? So had I had shorts available, yeah, nice little $2,400 gain. I was just what I was doing on this NCI. We were just wondering, would it be tradable today in Interactive Brokers? I'm sorry, in our simulator. Because yesterday, because it was an IPO, you could not trade it in the simulator. You could trade it in a real account, your real account, but not in the simulator. So I wanted to see, okay, was it available today? I mean, it should have been. And when I took this, when I actually entered this order, it was halted. But it must have come to the halt. It must have come to the halt price at some point, 610. And now I wish I'd had shorts available. I mean, look at this. And I'm not in the contest, guys. I'm just yeah, so that's not the reason, Oliver. That is not the reason then. I don't know. That's a strange one. And you should know because You've got plenty of practice, so I know you know what you're doing. Meanwhile, look at this MNDR, guys. Yeah, this MNDR. Somebody mentioned it. And man, yeah, the spread was a little bit tough, but boy, oh boy, what a nice move. This is this Singaporean stock that went crazy. What you don't see here, that is the high of the market hours, okay, 3 days ago. What you don't see is it has actually got up to about 38 in the pre market. All right, guys, I'm watching GL to see how it holds 80. So this has been a crazy one as far as I'm concerned. This CSSEP that it's trading like it is. I mean, what a mouthful. This is the Series A cumulative redeemable perpetual preferred stock. I mean, just really crazy. 9.75%. All right, guys. So now the leaderboard. You'll come back, Oliver. I know you will. So that Andre, I mean, he's held on to the lead basically. I think he was a leader at the end of yesterday. He's a leader still. Well, Michael, the challenge has got nothing to do with the AI. Okay, I mean I mean, you can take the AI alerts for sure, but the challenge is finding stocks that are really moving. But yeah, next I don't know if there's going to be one next month. I haven't got the definitive word yet, but next month, if there is one, yeah, join the challenge. Ah. Okay, guys, I've got to do my video over. I forgot to put the sound on. Okay, so I'm going to give me about 5 minutes. It won't take me that long to do the video, but that's when I was monkeying around with loading another version of trade ideas. So I'm on mute, just on the in case I run into say 1:30, back around 1:30. Okay. Yeah, there's a cutoff, Michael. Okay, so I'm gonna have to put myself on mute right now, guys. So I'll. All right, I'm back. All right, guys. So Navi is inching its way up still. And this is what I was saying. Somebody asked in our YouTube room earlier. Do I basically? I don't think the question was phrased. Do I shut off in the morning? In other words, do I not take any trades? When do I take most of my trades? And I said I really like trading in the afternoon because I think that things set up a little more easily in the afternoon. You've had about 3 or 4 hours of maybe a lot of froth, or you've had maybe the first hour of froth and then maybe settles down for a couple of hours. I'm not, I don't, I mean, I'm just talking in general. And then the stock starts moving again sometime in the afternoon, but in a more orderly fashion. I'm not saying it happens all the time, of course, but so I love trading in the afternoon. I don't know if that's a real question, Nathaniel. Do I think Janet will fund buyback of bonds with bills? I don't know if that's a real question or not. If it is, I really don't know. All right. Well, Mr. G is coming back, guys. Mr. G, he had a lead yesterday for a while. So Mr. G is coming back, but Andre is stubbornly holding on to the lead. You know what else is happening, guys? Riley. Now, Riley is making that move over 30. At least it was trying to. Okay. Where's Riley? Was that a big move? Got up to $35, where it pulled all the way back down to 26, almost a $10 drop. Now it's trying to come back a bit. Had some news, I guess, all the problems it had this week and going forward, something to do with some company they were dealings with, some guy. I guess it wasn't a, well, you know what? Why try to make it up? Here it is. So in the pre-market trade, after the company said an independent investigation concluded that the firm and its executives had no involvement or knowledge of any suspected misconduct concerning Brian Kahn, whoever this guy is. Is either, I don't know if he's an employee or some. Okay, officials have been evaluating how Kahn led a buyout of a retail business franchise group in a deal arranged. Okay, so that was the deal, and I guess they've been basically absolved. At least the market is treating it this way. Ah, Mr. G. Okay, you're in the other room. Okay. Well, I can cheer you on also, as well as Oliver. You're going to short can at 110 for the win. Well, let's see. So the scan I saw Navi. Now, unfortunately, I had to do several reboots of trade ideas. Okay. So yesterday I said that I was going to load my gap continuation or reversal scan, and that's what I've done. So that's where I saw it. Okay. Now this was late. Um, This is the don't repeat version, but again, I had to reboot, so we may have seen this earlier, but I wasn't gonna take it. I took it just on that 16 break. Okay, so what happened? Gap down and reverse, so you can kind of tell what happened. Gap down and reverse. Okay, that's the scan. Gap down and reverse. Now, I wish they would all work as wonderfully as this. And why would I take it? Well, again, look up here, 1665. It's got room. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, but certainly has some room. So I'm going to what I really want to use this for. It's again when I get the alert. It's not that I want to take the trade immediately, but I want to. It's going to turn into a pretty good watch list, I think. And I am sharing it. I am sharing it on my homepage. It's called the Gap Down and Reversal Scan. It's a multi-strategy window. Just to give you an idea about what it's looking for, there are four scans in here. The gap up and go. Okay, gap up and go. That means the stock gapped up and it kept going. Doesn't mean it's going to keep going all day, of course, but at the time of the alert, it gapped up and it kept making a new high. Gap down and reverse, which was the Navi. A gap down and reversal. Gap up and reverse, just the opposite of this one. So a gap with stock would gap up and start to reverse, and then the gap down and go. A stock that gapped down and kept going down again at the time of the alert. It doesn't mean like a gap down and go. It doesn't mean it's going to keep going down all day. I Is it too late to do the contest? Well, let me ask. You know what you can try now. I can give you the link, and let's see if it allows you to. Just give me a moment. Might have a definitive word. So obviously you would only have the balance of today. You know what? Why don't you try it? If you, I mean, I'm waiting for an answer, but probably if you click on the link, see what happens. Okay. Okay. Try it. Okay. If it accepts, if listen, if it accepts your money, then you're in. You'll also get the program until Monday. Okay. The contest is over tomorrow. So I mean, I don't know if that makes any difference to you, but you never know. You might hit on a great trade, end of day trade, end or a trade today, and then one tomorrow, or several tomorrow. And then you'll also have access to the program until till Monday, end of day Monday. Yeah, that's exactly what I suggested. If it accepts, then you're in. Okay, but if it blocks taking your money, then it's obviously over. I don't see the scan. And Michael, you put in a collaboration link. I can't open it. It has to be a cloud link. Okay, you put in some kind of a crazy collaboration link. I can only see a cloud link, which is way shorter, of course. Okay, Oliver's coming back. Mr. G. So there you are, 83. So Andre's at 101. And continuing to watch the GL, kind of just hanging over $80 over the whole number. How did this ALGM? This was another one from the. This was a gap up and go, and it really has not pulled back yet. Not much. I mean, you can see what it did. We talked about this one earlier in the morning, and you can see that it got into that high right over here, almost right to the penny, 28.55, 28.53. So almost right to the penny. That high, when you look left, is what blocked it so far. And I think what I have to do is just stick a price alert above it and see if it takes it out now at some point, because it does have some room, would have about $1 to the next high. All right, guys. So not to belabor the point, but you listen to my computer now. And what I did was I went back 2 builds, 2 dev builds. However, I will all right, guys, I've taken some of this Navi off. I mean, I did not think this was going to be a massive mover, but basically it's turned into a 1 for 2, risk reward. Okay, right now, took some off at the 614 mark, 1614 mark. 4-cent stop. 612 would have been a 1 for 2, 8 cents on top of the 1604. So a little bit more. That's the other thing. That's the other thing that I was wanted to mention is that at the beginning, again, goes sort of in the conversation about why I do like trading in the afternoon. What I'm finding is I can put tighter stops because again, they're not as volatile. So, I can put a pretty tight stop on a lot of the things that I like, as opposed to in the first hour where, man, if you put a tight stop in most cases for me anyway, I'd get stopped out. So I have to put a wider stop. So I got to take fewer shares, wider stop. So that's another reason why I kind of like trading in the afternoon. So top list, okay. Let's take a look at what it is. One top list, most overbought. Okay, now I can take a look at it. You asked about surfing. I'm sure Jamie must have told you about surfing, right? Whoa! Look at the GL now, guys. So surfing, he must have gone over. Well, this is not okay. Surfing is something you have to do on your own. Okay, number one, it's not surfing. Surfing is if you click on idea surfing. Okay, I'll just go over this just so I'm sure Jamie. I thought Jamie would have gone over this. If you click on idea surfing, oops. Okay, currently surfing. So what it'll do, it'll go through every top list window that you have. Okay, this is a top list window, and it'll take the top three as they are sorted, and it just basically runs through them all, and then it keeps doing that on a rotating basis. Now, if you click on an alert, I think this is what you were talking about. If you click, okay, it's on your computer, you have it. Well, just so you know, the minute you click on an alert, it stops surfing. Okay, it'll pause it. Number one. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, if you go into a chart, if I start surfing again, this is just a toggle on and off. But if I go into a chart, it's going to stop, and that makes sense because it may be on a chart that you want to see for a little longer than the 3 or 4 seconds that it'll stay there. Okay. Well, you for some reason, yeah, it is a topless window, though. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, launching a stock raise, and it was a topless anyway. So how do you get a different color? Well, See, coloring in a top list window, not my expertise, but let's go. Yeah, it's this palette nonsense. So, okay, you see how you can you can pick the palette you want. I should do this on, and now my machine is because I'm doing this. Crazy. Okay, so properties, select colors, and do not ask me about all this. Okay, I have not used this for years and years, but if you wanted to, this is sort of a palette, and you can make changes. There, I just made a change. You can click this one. This is how you can make changes if you want. Nobody, okay, the small borders, thanks. But this is how, if you want to have it in blue, okay, these are predetermined. Now, can you do your own? Yes, I'm not going to do it. It's just I've never been a fan of the colors, okay? Other than a solid color in the top list. I don't care about a gradient. That's me. But as Pepe said, yeah, if you go to first of all, get rid of the surfing. Surfing drives me crazy. I do not surf. Okay. Give me a moment. By the way, you have got this pinned. Okay, you have got this pinned. Unpin it. I don't. You sound. You say you're new, so unpin this, please. Don't pin it. There's no reason to pin it. Well, I can't unpin it for you. You. I'm doing it on my screen, but that's not going to affect your screen. Okay, so unpin it. That you can run into some problems. You like that one? Ah, just a minute. I made a mistake. Okay. Don't pin scanners, okay? It's something that can really get you in trouble because if you don't what happens is and somebody in the room yesterday came in, you can have if you don't know you're pinning it and then you load your layout again and you load your layout again and you load your layout again, what you don't know what you're doing is you'll have the same version of this scan underneath. You'll never see it though unless you moved it off. You won't see it. But you'll have different version though the same version of the version of the scan layered underneath and you cannot see it. And what happens is people we get the email saying, "Hey, my system is really slowed down. What in the world is happening?" And a lot of times, especially if it's a top list window, because top list windows, it runs through a lot of depending how many what's your record count? Yeah, 50 is not bad. But the bottom line is people don't realize that they've got it pinned. And when they keep reloading their layout the next day, the next day, the next day, they're just creating just well, the basically you've just got layers upon layers upon layers of all your scans, and that can really start to move down or really bog down your system. There's really no I mean, I use pinning in a very, very, very specific way, and I'm not gonna explain it, okay, because most people don't have to pin, okay? So don't pin. There's no reason for it. There's really no reason to pin anything. I'll tell you why I pin, okay, and this is just in general. Here is my list of stocks, okay, and I do pin this because if I change layouts, I want to see these, okay. But when I change layouts, I will have another layer of my chart layout, 8 charts on top of this. It won't be the same stocks, but then all I do is I just exit out. I don't exit this one, but the one that came on top. I know though that that's what's happening. And the reason I do that because if I want to change my layout, but I still want to see these stocks, okay, then I pin it. But I don't, I don't. It's not good practice. Look at, come on, okay, look at this now, guys. See, I knew you could do it, Oliver. And Mr. G. I suppose I can't play favorites, but Mr. G and Oliver, neck and neck, trying to take down Andre. So, Michael, I don't know how many scans you've got up and running or charts, but I would right click. Okay, I would right click and unpin. If you've got anything pinned, unpin, and then and then here, watch what I'm going to do. I'm going to pin this. Okay, I'm going to pin this. Then I'm going to duplicate it. So and this is pinned. You see how that's pinned? What you would see something like this. Imagine if I loaded this layout over and over and over again, okay? I could see 10, 20, 30 versions of this. I would never know that though. You see how it's overlaid? Okay? I would never know that. So I X out the first now that I know, okay, I X out the first one and X them all out until I get to the last one because you don't want to X out your last one because you still want it and then unpin it. Okay? Then unpin it. I mentioned I turned something off in Windows. Now, you're talking about okay, Windows. I think I said I turned off my graphic accelerator in Chrome. It's been off though for a while. If that's what you're that nothing to do with trade ideas. Is that what you meant? Why would I do it? Because it was taking up too much energy. And it doesn't make any difference. For me, it doesn't make any difference. Well, it makes a difference because I'm just trying to stop whatever's happening, trying everything to stop whatever is happening to my machine. But I don't want to go there. Okay, don't listen to me on stuff like that, Michael. Okay, this is I'm no computer expert, but are stops put in on a buy? Are stops put in on a buy? No, unless. So why? Okay, trader. So you're asking this question: are stops put in on a buy? The only time a stop is put in on a buy is if, and this gets, I wouldn't do this, you know. I know the company likes these buy and sells, okay? But in order to get the buy and sell active, you have to take a strategy. Give me a moment. This is the brokerage plus window, okay? Not even close to tech, not even close, Michael. So this is the brokerage plus window. So you see one of the tabs is called strategies. You see, I've got this one on and this one on. This is a long strategy, and this is an. I only do this just because the company said you must display the buy and sell. Okay, I don't use this at all, but you have to take one of your strategies, either these are default strategies, they're pre-built, or a strategy that you create, and then you say, okay, turn that one on so that if I on the long side, so when I click buy, it's going to obey whatever I created. See how complicated this is? Whatever I created. So if I edit this trading strategy, okay, and again, I don't use this. I edit the trading strategies and then I look at the order detail. I can put in a stop and all that so that yes, if I clicked on an alert from that strategy, it would put in the stop. But I don't recommend doing this. Okay, if you're new, you can just do it manually. In fact, this is maybe a good segue now to talk about trading a little bit and more money management. Okay, money management. So did that kind of make sense? You know, I just find it way too cumbersome for people who are new to have to create their own strategy, turn it on, okay, and then they can use the buy button. Well, this is what you do, trader. Okay, this is what you can do. So so let me take a trade. And now this is just for demonstration purposes, of course. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to go to my positions tab. What a great short that would have been on the NCI. $2,900 now. Okay. So let me take something that is going to be a little bit cheap so I can explain what I'm doing and for demonstration purposes. I have to do, I can't have my, okay. This is, this is just for, wow, look at this. This is just for demonstration purposes. Okay. So let's say I wanted to take this air. Okay. Right now, I want to take the air. Not that I want to because it's so extended, but let's just say I want to take this air and I'm going to take 500 shares. Okay. I'm going to pick from, you don't have to, of course, this is just a drop down or a pre-selected or pre-selected share sizes. You can, of course, type in exactly what you want, but this is just for demonstration purposes. 500 shares, bid ask is fine. It's only a penny. I'm going to buy it and send it. Okay. So now I'm in this one. Okay. I'm in this catch hold. It doesn't really matter. Now, the way I trade is this, trader, and anybody else. I have a checklist. So unless I can check everything on that checklist, I'm not taking the trade. Okay. Now, most of the things that have to be checked are already covered in the scans that I have. In other words, I'm not going to see something outside of a price range that I don't want. I won't see something with, it has to have a minimum volume that I want, probably a relative volume, high enough relative volume that I want, things like that. So most of the things are already checked. And then my next step, of course, is when I get the alert, I click on it and then I look left to see is there room. But even before I do that, though, I say to myself, if I took this trade, where am I going to get out of the trade? The stop. Where am I going to get out of the trade if it's not working? I have to figure that out, okay, before I take the trade, because that's going to share size me. And again, I'll explain this. So let's just say I looked at air. And I what I did was I put the stop. I haven't put the stop in, okay? But understand that I would know where my stop is before I take the trade. Entry price 119. To make the math easy, I'm going to add the stop order. Not that this would necessarily be the stop, okay? But I'm going to put it at 99 cents, which is 20 cents away, just to make the math easy. So I add it. You will see on the chart approximately minus 100, okay? So again, think of my thought process. I look at this. I look at a potential trade. I think, okay, but if it doesn't work, where am I getting out? I make up my mind where I'm going to get out. A lot of times, I'm looking at a 15-minute chart, maybe where I think there's a lot of support. If it broke down through that support level, probably I want to be out of the trade. If I were new to trading though, I might take a look at the low of the previous 5 minute candle, maybe the 15-minute candle. The reason being is that that is a defined number. There's no guesswork. There's no, well, I wonder if this is support or not. Okay. If I were, and that's what I would do to practice. I would take one of those, maybe the low of the 5 minute candle previous, or maybe the low of the previous 15-minute candle, and use that as a stop. You can practice that and see how it works for you. Okay. So again, I put the stop in 20 cents away. Okay. Now, the only way I would take this trade for real, okay, for absolutely real, is if I said, okay, get into this trade at 119. My stop's at 99 cents. That's 20 cents away. Do I have a reasonable chance of making 40 cents on this trade? That's how I trade. Okay. Do I have a reasonable chance? In other words, if I'm going to risk 20 cents, I want to have a reasonable chance of making 40 cents on the trade. So how do I determine that? Well, by looking left. That's why you hear me say look left all the time. If I look left, this I wouldn't take, because if I look left, look at all the potential resistance right here. But if I look left and the next high is way up here, $1.90, or even here, which is obviously more than 40 cents away from my entry, then it becomes a big candidate for me to trade. Okay. Now, just because if I look left and I don't see any resistance until, at least until 40 cents, it doesn't mean it's going to get there, of course. But I just trying to put some odds in my favor that if it's going to keep going up, I don't want it to stop because it hits chart resistance. It could stop for a bunch of other reasons, okay? If it's, some big seller comes in, I can't predict that. Things like that, but at least I don't have to worry about chart resistance, okay? So if all that is sort of making sense. So why did I take 500 shares? Because that's the next step. If you've got a $5,000 account, I hope it makes sense that you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade, okay? So what I try to do in our simulator is I demonstrate risking $100 a trade. And that's why, again, to make the math really simple, I took 500 shares. My stop was 20 cents away. Entry was 119. Stop is 20 cents away. Multiply 500 times 20 cents. That's why we get $100 approximately. Now, the way I trade is I do not vary the amount I risk in any great fashion from trade to trade. In other words, I'm not going to risk $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next, etc. Okay. I try to keep my risk amount about the same every trade. And so that's why in this case, it's not like I'm taking 500 shares every trade. It will all depend on what is, for instance, if my stop was $1.09, 10 cents away, and I was willing to risk $100 in the trade, I could take 1,000 shares, 1,000 times 10 cents. Okay. Now you can set up an Excel spreadsheet that, with your risk amount, if you know how to do this, point to a cell that is going to be your risk amount every trade. And then you just put in your entry and your stop, and that'll automatically calculate approximately how many shares to take. Okay. So money management is so critical. Stephen, I'll try to get to your question, and I don't think so, but I'll try to get to your question. Okay. This is in our YouTube room. Okay. So having said all that, the next step is to practice in a simulator. Okay. And that, now the trading contest is not really, I mean, look, you got to take huge risks if you want to do anything, if you want to win the trading contest, you've really got to, take some big risks. So the trading contest, it's just for fun. Okay. But if you're really trading for real, you know, I would practice in a simulator first, and then try to make money in a simulator. If you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money with live, because right now, if I get stopped out of this trade, oh well, okay. It's no big deal. Let's just play money. Okay. So in a simulator, if you cannot make money, I mean, forget about trying to trade live. Now, Unfortunately, just because you can make money in a simulator does not necessarily translate to make money when you're trading your live account. Because here can be the problem. In the simulator, you've been obeying your stop the whole time. You've made money. You're ready to move on. Sometimes, though, you get into a trade, and you've put the stop in. You've been practicing where you're putting your stops and all that, and you get into a trade, and you cannot believe it's not working. There's even good news. News is not a reason I take a trade. It just it'll be a bonus, okay? But you get into a trade, the room's talking about it, everybody's excited about it. Again, got great news, and it just isn't working. It's moving down to your stop price. So you say to yourself, you know what? In this particular case, ah, it's going to come back. It's got to. Look at all the great news. So you start disobeying your stop. So your $100 loss now starts turning into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally give up and you sell and you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. Okay? And anybody who's been in the room for years knows exactly what I'm going to say next. Almost as bad is not obeying your stop because you're convinced it's going to come back. You're down two, three, four, 500, and then it does come back for you. And now you're up a couple of $100, $300, and you're so glad that you didn't obey your stop. Now, can that happen? Of course it can. Of course it can. But if somebody had hammered me from when I first started trading about the importance of money management because I was not obeying myself. I was convinced I was going to be right most trades, and it was almost a disaster. So, that's all I'm going to say about it. Obey your stop, have a stop, obey your stop, and practice. Okay. So, Steve, I don't think so. Steven asked the question now. Can I get alerts for big buys above the ask? Big buys above the ask. Um, I'm going to say no. Okay. Um, yeah, I'm going to say no. I don't see. I've never actually. Nobody's. No, thank you, Pepe. Nobody. I'm not sure anybody's asked me that before, but I would say no. So Pepe is my resident psychologist and guru. So he says no. Amazing that they wouldn't allow you to say idiot, Pepe. Maybe they thought you were going to call me an idiot. But you know what? Because they hit it. Now I'll show it. They're very protective of me. Okay, how do you add money to the simulator? Yours says zero. That must mean because you must have done some trades or something and zeroed out your account. You'll have 100,000 tomorrow because it should have you done any paper trading or Michael and just basically lost all your money? Really? You never opened it before? Really? So your account should say 100,000. Now, are you connected? Okay, well, Brokerage Plus is here. Okay, first of all, Michael, Brokerage Plus is here. You click on New from the toolbar, and you click on Brokerage Plus. Okay, that's the first thing. The second, the second thing is to click on Sim. So let me just do something here. I'm going to disconnect. So this is more than likely what you see, not connected. Okay, not connected, and then you click on Sim, and now you're in the it'll change to simulator, okay? Paper trading simulator. Now when you go to accounts, it should say, $100,000. Okay? Now you can practice trading. Just click on an alert, any alert anywhere, and it'll load in here. Here's your you can pick how many shares you want to trade. There's your bid ask. Click on the buy. Don't forget to send. Well, it's paper trading. Paper trading is it's called paper trading. Okay. Oh, I have no idea, Stephen, what scans he uses. No idea. He doesn't trade that much. I mean, he's more of a, he's gonna take flyers on things that he believes in rather than I mean, he might take some of the AI alerts, but I really don't know, Stephen. Question is how what scanners does our CEO use? I only know what I use. Okay, so it says paper trading. Okay, it doesn't say simulation. It says TI paper trading. All right, guys, look at this now. We're getting into a three horse race now. Yeah, so you've got to click on sim. You've got to click on sim under here. Michael. See where it says brokerage plus? One says live, one says sim. You've got to check on sim, and that'll get you into the simulator. Okay. So we've got a real horse race now, guys. Look at this. Andre has come back. Mr. G, who is in our YouTube room, is almost there, and Oliver is still hanging tough. No, you can ask him. I no, I don't. We're not pals. I have no idea what he uses. You can maybe ask. I don't know if he really. I mean, listen, I don't want to speak for him. Okay, so I don't know what he does. He does things a little bit differently from me. Okay, so info. I'm sorry, info at trade-ideas.com. Okay, and ask. Maybe maybe somebody's got a scan that he uses. I really don't know. I've never seen any scans that he uses, to be honest. So again, Michael. So yeah, when you load Brokerage Plus for the first time, it's going to say not connected right there. The minute you click on SIM, okay, it'll say connected, and then it should flip right into paper trading. Okay. To be honest, Stephen, I rarely talk. I'm sort of on an island. Trade ideas. Okay, I'm up in Canada. I really don't have that much interaction with other than a couple of the traders. Talking to Stephen in our YouTube room. Okay, guys. So I did take out some of the Navi. I've got a little bit left. It's just inching its way. There was a docked channel called low float. I don't see it anymore. A docked channel, new dock channel bar. Now, was it a scan within? Was it within one of these? I don't recall. Let's see if I can look down here. I don't recall low float anywhere. Was it within one of the channels though? Was it actually called low float? It was actually called low float on its own. Okay. Well, yeah, but I don't think we have this here. I don't think, but it's easy enough to build. I can help you build one. I mean, it's super simple. Let me just see if it's in the other one, the channel bar. Which do not click on it. Okay. Boy, this is bringing back memories. I don't even see it here. Okay. Do I kn- do I know? I don't know them. I know of them. Oh, it was within a channel. So, Tony, do you know what channel it was in? By any chance? It wasn't a channel on its own. Do you remember any idea what channel it was in? Super simple to build one, though. You could take this one, for instance. You could take this one and just add the float filter as an example. Yeah, Stephen. He's way more on the business side of it. Okay. So Tony is trying to look it up. Saw it yesterday. Okay. But it's easy to build, super simple to build. I mean, all you have to do is if you took this one as an example, all right, let's take a look. So I love it with the room, guys. Multi-strat. So this is okay. Low float stocks making a move. All right. It is a multi-strategy window. That's okay. All right. Maybe this was it. I don't know where you found it, but maybe this is it. Now, how many strategies are in here? So, okay. So really, it was here. I don't know if it could have been in here. This is really because I don't even see. Yeah, I'm not sure. Even though this says low float stocks making moves, I mean these are not all low float stocks, or are they? Well, they do appear to be low float stocks, but you've got there's so many strategies in here. All right, it's in the enjoy the show. Okay, new. But is that in? That's not in the channel bar, is it? Or the dock channel bar? Yeah, it's in the old, so I can't load it. But it does appear that most of these are low floats. Let me just see if I do configure all. Let's see if it. Okay, so in each one of those, okay, so in each one of these strategies, the max float is 30 million. Okay, but the problem is that you've got so many strategy or scans in there. What are you going to do? Okay, so for instance, what I would do, I mean, you can you can have this, you can look at it, but look how many alerts you're going to get. I mean, look how many strategies are now. You can start deselecting. You know, you can start deselecting strategies if you want, just by unchecking. But yeah, every one of these is less than 30 million in the float. So I guess that's why it is named low float stocks making moves. So I'll save it just in case somebody. But you see my point. I mean, I don't know how many alerts you're going to get in the day. You might just want to pick a few of these, or create your own. You know, I mean, do you have a price range you want? It's already there, Michael. Just look above where JM posted it. Okay, okay. Just look above in the room. He posted a couple of links. There it is. But what I would do, North End, I mean, you might have a price range you like, a minimum volume that you like. You know, you could easily create your own and then just add the float filter to it. And whatever you consider would be a low float, you know, anything under whatever, and you just add that filter. Super simple. Well, there he put in two links, okay? He put in two links. Okay. Just above, yeah, right above where Pepe says it's in enjoy the show. Okay. There's another link. That will get you this one. I don't know what the other one will get you. I didn't load it. All right. Wow. We have a new leader, guys. A new leader. Now, let's see how well that worked for Mr. You must have done something else. We have a new leader, guys. Mr. G on top. Andre is now second, and Oliver is right there. Okay. So Mr. G, he popped into our YouTube room. So I got to give him some love. And Oliver, of course, in our main room. But he said he was going to short can. Couldn't have done it. Or maybe briefly. So it's setting up to be pretty exciting for tomorrow, guys. We've got three, you know, neck and neck. And you never know, somebody from here might find a little gem that nobody else sees and just takes a whole whack of shares and moves up the leaderboard. You never know. Yeah, just going to. I do not use hotkeys. And if you ask me why, because. No, I mean, oh, no, Mr. G. Mr. G says he will not. Well, you can do it on a laptop. You actually can do it on the phone in theory because we have the web-based version that you can actually use the simulator. So before you go, Mr. G, before you go, maybe you didn't realize this. Okay, just give me a moment. Don't go yet. Okay. So here's the home page. Okay, this is the home page. If you click on my trade ideas, you see right here. Here are some symbols coming through. I mean, I'll just to demonstrate. Okay, if you click on a symbol, little box pops up. Where's that little box? Oh, you know what? Ah, that's probably because I went back. Ooh, I've even got delayed data. Hmm. Normally I have live data. Okay, give me a moment. Okay, I think it's because I'm on a build that's even before. But typically when you click on an alert, you'll see a little pop up. Okay, and that'll allow you to do your simulation trading. And I think it's just because, well, I'm just trying to help you if you do want to trade tomorrow. Okay, I still have the delayed data. Let me just try something here. Yeah, you will get it when it's live. It's because I clicked on a different. Where the heck is it? There we go. I think this will work now. Just want to show. There we go. Live data. Okay. So yeah, see how this little thing. See how it popped up, and I know my computer's going crazy because I'm in this right here. So Mr. G, are you still here? So I mean, if you did, want to trade, there's Riley. You see how it popped a little pop up here, and you can buy it or sell it, of course, short it. So you can actually do the simulation from our homepage. So on a phone or on a tablet. Whereas the last tournament you could not do that. But it's up to you. I don't know if you're still listening. I may be talking to myself. So I'm going to get out of this, guys, because this now really taxes my machine. So here we go again, guys. Oh, Mr. G dropped out. He whatever he's in now dropped him 11. But Oliver, you're right there. Okay, cool, cool. I'm glad. And again, obviously, up to you. But you do have the ability to trade from our home page. Wow, Navi guys. I mean, can you kind of see why I like? Later. I mean, this just is a very steady move now, a very steady little move. How I have I ever blown up my account? Half my account. I've never ever got down to zero, if that's what you mean. But yeah, some I didn't know anything. I didn't know what I was doing. Didn't know how to read a chart. Didn't know anything about stops or stocks. Worst thing that happened to me was my very first trade was awesome. That was the worst thing that ever happened to me. My very first trade, pressing that buy button on the computer, after years of trading with my broker, and it was an awesome trade. And I swear that's the worst thing that could have happened to me. Oops. It started with the letter P. I can't remember what it was. It was some California company that I think had something to do with I don't know, swimwear or sportswear. My wife was hovering over my right shoulder as I was tentatively ready to hit the enter button. Volume profile indicator. No, Stephen. Sorry to disappoint you. I know you're asking. I know you wanted something above the. So Pepe can answer that too, though. But Pepe. PDT rule. You're right. It is way better to use a desktop. Okay, way better, Tony, than the web-based version. Shouldn't say way better. It is better. Okay. Um, I mean, if you have a choice, absolutely use the desktop version. Okay. The only reason people will use the web version is if you have a Mac and you're not willing to use an emulation program like Parallels, or if you have a tablet. Okay, then I understand. Okay, then you use our web based version, but the web based version has limitations. It's not as easy to move around. I mean, you can all the scans that I'm currently sharing, you can use in the web based version. It just is not as easy, but especially if you have multiple monitors. Stephen, you're asking all these questions. No, I doubt very much we have a volume. This is what we got. If you want to, I'll type in volume, okay? But I'm 100% sure. Well, 99 points. This is all we have for volume, okay? Yeah, if you've got three monitors, 100% use the downloadable application, okay? Because if you want to, you want to put like if I want to put this on another monitor, or if I have a bunch of different scans on different monitors, it's yeah, on a web-based version, you can stretch them out, but it's not as good. What makes the program so good? Well, real-time alerting. You're asking for a few things that maybe we don't have, but this is a question in our YouTube room. I mean, if you're looking for real-time alerts, and we have a lot. I'm just, the fact that we don't have those two doesn't mean it's you can't use our program, but I always demonstrate this. This is a real-time scan, okay? Real-time alert scan. So if I click on configure and summary, this is what it's looking for. These are the filters I'm using. So if the price is between 1 and 100, the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading 3 times normal up to this time of day. It's time of day sensitive, etc. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal, etc. So if I created this scan, if the stock makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. Now, the fact that we don't have the volume zone oscillator or a volume profile indicator, I mean, I don't know. I don't It doesn't, for my style of trading anyway, it wouldn't make any difference, but we have a lot of different alerts and filters. And here, I mean, I don't want to go through them all, but these are all the real-time alerts that we've got. And, these are all of the filters, and we have a ton of real-time alerts and filters. So yeah, I mean, we are not everything to all people. Some people ask for something and we don't have it. And you can create your own, well, you can create your, well, no, I better, you can't create your own custom scanning parameters. So in other words, if you said, well, you know what, can I build my own volume profile indicator? No. When the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their scans. Okay. So that's why they tried to create enough different real time alerts and all these different filters and screeners that for the majority, maybe not you, Stephen, but for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. Now, if your trading style absolutely necessitates those two, well, I guess it's not the program for you, but obviously we've got lots and lots of customers, and you know, I'm able to put the scans together that I like, and most are able to put scans together that they like. But you're right. I mean, they may. Okay, is auto trading possible? Yes, it is. You can auto trade your own strategy. So I can at least answer yes. You can auto trade your own strategy. So you can create your own strategy and you can auto trade it. I don't have that, JMac. I don't have one. I mean, I just explained how to do it, of course. But maybe Pepe does. I don't know, Pepe, if you look at that support question. I don't have it. William is gone. I do a lot, and because I'm only in a couple of trades at a time max, I do a lot of the stuff in my head, okay? So, and actually I have a little table that I just refer to. If my stop, if say it was 17 cents, okay, or 23 cents, some kind of a bit of an oddball number. Boy, GL guys, that was a wonderful break off 80. Seriously, seriously good break off 80. Yeah, JMac, I don't actually use, I mean, I just tell people that's how they can do it, especially if you're starting out, it can get a little overwhelming. And so you just input your entry and your stop. and then it'll calculate the number of shares. But I mean, personally, I don't do that because I'm doing most of it in my head. Okay. So yeah, Stephen, so you can create your own strategy and then you can auto trade it if you want. You need our premium service for that, but yes, you can. Okay, so John, when you load one of my strategies or one of my scans, you're only going to see the last one. Okay, you're not going to see all the ones. Depends when you load it, of course. And if you just loaded it, you're not going to see all the previous ones. Okay, it's whenever you loaded it, and you'll typically just see the last one. So, but tomorrow, if you save this and it's part of your layout, this starts working right at 9:30. Well, in theory, right at 9:30. I'd have to scroll down more. See, you get a lot of now. I had to do a reboot. Okay, so that's why I'm not seeing. But it'll probably start working right on the open. Okay, human calculator. Well, math was my strong suit. I have to admit. Okay, so yeah, so that's why you're only seeing the one. Now you should start to see some. You should see error now. See 116. Ah, sorry about that. Forget what I said. No, what you should see skill. Now, the one thing is, I added one. You don't have to do the same thing. You will get more alerts than I will. I added one thing here, less than 500 contracts. Okay, that's all I added because this one takes care of the ones that are having greater than 500 contracts. Okay, and this is the abnormal option. So what I wanted to do was I wanted to just get rid of. I didn't want basically what was happening. If you guys were here for a while, you notice I used to have this one up and running. Also, you could see it. Okay, and what was happening is I'd get duplicates in these. So what I'm doing is I said, okay, anything less than 500 contracts, this has to be greater than 500 contracts. And some of them don't trade options at all, for instance. So if I click on skill, let's see, for instance, you see this? It doesn't even trade options, zero. So no, not every stock is optionable. This one, 275 contracts. It's actually, it's abnormal for it. It's five times normal. Oh, Stone, I don't know if this is really a lesson, okay? No, nobody owns this company. It's a private company, completely private. Interactive Brokers does not own trade ideas. So scanning for options. So we don't scan for options. No, we have some option filters though. So for instance, if I right click on this scan and I click on configure and I search and I type in options. So these are the filters that we have for options. Some obvious ones, the put call ratio, option volume today, the put and call volume today. Okay. So I don't trade options, but what I'm always looking for are stocks that are trading abnormally. Okay. So this option volume right there is the average number of contracts over 10 days. And if you use it in conjunction with the option volume today, percent. So for instance, let's just say a stock has normally over the last 10 days has traded 5,000 contracts on average. If I use this filter here, option volume today, add it, and type in, say, 300. That means that stock that is traded on average 5,000 contracts over the last 10 days, today it will have to trade 15,000 contracts. Okay? 15,000, three times minimum. So, what I like to do, of course, because I'm an intraday trader, is I'm always looking for stocks that are trading abnormally. So, the big one, and let me get to see if I can use the browser interface without it. So the big one is the relative volume filter. Okay, that's going to run through a bunch of stocks. Uh, this used to be the bug. A bug only when Pepe is probably shaking his head. Okay, things have settled down, I think. Okay. So there's a relative volume filter. Okay. So that's the number one way that I find stocks that are trading abnormally. This is trading 17 times normal up to this time of day. But also, if I look at this filter, this one, abnormal option activity, I look at WIMI as an example. Okay. It is trading six times normal volume wise, but it's also 1,292 contracts. Is that abnormal? Well, it is telling us it is. It's 300% or three times normal. Okay. So with the volume being abnormal, and the option volume being abnormal, that means this is a stock I probably should be watching. Okay. So does it scan for options? No. And I have no idea if this helps the option traders, but at least if you find stocks that are trading abnormally option wise, maybe those are the ones that you might want to pay attention to today. Okay. Okay, so there you go, Miguel. So yes, if you think that is a leading indicator in something that, okay, I want to find those stocks trading abnormally option wise, and then you can take a look at whatever you look at when you're trading options. Okay, Still Mason. So when you say you want to learn about hot stocks and how to get in, well, are you new to trading? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Okay, if you're new to trading, there's nothing that I'm going to be able to say, well, this is all you have to do. Okay. I mean, you're looking at right here, this green screen right here, these are all hot stocks, okay? They're up, I mean, a stock that's up 72%, 59%, but it doesn't mean, well, this you just take the trade. Trading is not easy. Um, Let me go to my homepage, and I really suggest you do something like this to start before you commit any money to the market. Also, if you're not used to trading, trying to trade the pre-market is not the easiest thing in the world to do. Okay. Most don't. I don't really. I'm not saying it's easier now than I'd say 10 years ago because there are, quite a few stocks now trading in the pre-market with plenty of volume, but it's still not easy. Okay. It's comes with a lot of risk if you're new to trading. But what I would do is I would take a look, click on my homepage link. Okay. And you see where it says Trading 101? This is a free series of videos that, designed to help people who are brand new to trading or very new to trading. And it's all free. Okay. I would absolutely look at this. You have to understand how to read a chart because I can give you something that's going to show you hot stocks, and if you click on a symbol, now you've got to be able to decipher what is the chart telling me. Like, what is this 15-minute chart telling me? What is this daily chart? What is this weekly chart? Or whatever time frame you like. You know, this is what I happen to like. You, when you get used to trading, you might say, "Well, I don't like a 15-minute chart. I'd rather have a 5-minute chart, um, a daily and a monthly, or a 5-minute chart, a 15-minute chart, an hourly chart." You know what I mean? It's there's no one way to look at the market. Now that I've got everybody on my homepage or some on my homepage, just to wrap up, 249. So I'm getting set to, but listen, if there are questions, I'll stay as long as you want. William is gone. He will not keep, well, nobody's keeping the room open after I leave. So if you have questions, please ask away. So if you're going to take out a subscription, anybody, please use my code. Okay. The reason to use my code is that this is a free room, and every time people use my promo code, the room gets credit. And the more credits the room gets, the company looks at that, goes, okay, we'll keep the room free. It's really that simple. And there's the getting started with trade ideas, 10 short videos. There's the trading 101. Big education section is here. And then here are the current scans that I am sharing. Every one of these, so amazing. Every one of these are hot stocks, if you will. But the fact that a stock is hot, you have to figure out how to trade it. Boy, that GL, guys, that was turned into an awesome break off 80. Just an awesome break off 80. Where is this going? I mean, could it be possible that it'll get all the way back up to 104 from where it came when Fuzzy Panda kicked it? Look at this. I mean, what a, oh boy, the crystal ball, the low down here that day was $38, 82 now. And what we're only 8 days ago. Is Tesla a cup? Say, I don't look at patterns at all, but I'll see if I'll put Tesla up. Tesla up. I'll put a 3-minute chart. I think we've got 3 minutes. And we do. So can somebody know cup and handle? Anybody who looks at cup and handles, is this a cup and handle on a 3-minute chart? Okay. Well, I say I don't. So I don't know. Jay, I don't know. Nobody's responding. Mohammed says it does not look like it. Okay. So Tamaz, no scan picked up GL. Okay. For me, this was thumbnailed all day long. I actually had it twice, okay, because, well, I got into it, but it was over here, so I always had it thumbnailed. I mean, GL has been, because of what happened, it's been on my radar and many people's radar now for the last week and 2 weeks, just because of what happened. Okay, and it had earnings, a couple of days ago, so it wasn't so much a scan that picked it up. It's just that I have it thumbnailed, so it's something I always wanted to follow. Okay. So, Steve, are you talking about the Navi trade, which of course I'm out of now, right? But are you talking about the Navi trade or the Navi alert? Talking to somebody in our YouTube room? Are you talking about Navi that bounced, or is it something else? Yeah, this is absolutely crazy, isn't it? Saw this in the pre-market. Yeah, right. I mean, look at this in the pre-market. This CSSEP. I looked at the what it was called. I mean, I know chicken soup for the soul, but without the P, it is just CSSE, and it's sitting down. I don't know, 20 odd cents, probably more now. But in million years, I would have never predicted this. Let's take a look at the stock itself as opposed to this. Yeah, I mean, look, it's sort of trading like the stock on a percentage basis, 156%. So this one actually is up 207%, whereas the stock itself is up 156%. Okay, well, maybe Stephen is gone. You asked the question about where did I find the bounce trade, but I'm not sure what bounce trade you were exactly talking about. Okay, so Tesla, I'll bring up that 3-minute chart again. Oh, okay. Okay, Stephen. Now I got you. So it should have continued up after that last green bar. Okay, that would have made it a cup more of a cup and handle. Okay. I don't, I'm totally blissfully unaware of all sorts of chart patterns like that. Not saying it's a bad thing. Okay. It's just that I just don't pay that much attention to all the different names of chart patterns. Okay. So you were talking about GL. So could GL have showed up on a scan? Yes, it could have. Okay. It wouldn't have shown up on any one of my scans because the relative volume is only 1.66, so it's not trading that abnormally in terms of relative volume. Because most of my relative volume filters, it has to be at least 3. But as I said before, because of what happened this day, this stock has been something I've been watching it. I've been watching, ever since that day, which that day being April 11th. Okay. So as I said, this was thumbnailed two right there, so I couldn't miss it. Okay. All right, Stone Mason. Well, first of all, so this is from our YouTube room. I'm also in a U.S. stock trading group. We have a professor, but he keeps a lot of the information very closely guarded. This is the key sentence. And I just want to know how he picks the hot stocks that always make a profit. Well, I'd be happy to share, if I had a way in which I could always make a profit, I'd be happy to share. Well, maybe not. I'd probably be on my Tahitian island somewhere, but But in all seriousness, I mean, I don't know what he's doing. I mean, and it depends what you mean by profit. I used to get into arguments about not in this group a long time ago. I'm always right. I'm always right, somebody would say. I trade Apple, I'm always right. And then I would watch and yeah, he'd be always right because he'd get in Apple, let's make up a number at $100 and then it will go to 102 cents, like $100 plus 2 cents, exit the trade. I'm always right. 100% accuracy is not the thing to strive for. It's risk reward and all of that. I mean, there are ways in which you can easily be 50% wrong, but if but the 50% that you're right, if you're letting your winners run, I mean, it doesn't matter. As long as in the 50% that you're wrong, you're getting out when you're supposed to with the proper stop. But it's simple math. I did use something like that, JMac, a long, long time ago. But see, I've never been one to be in a lot of trades at the same time. Okay, so even if I weren't moderating a trading room, okay, I'm just not in a lot of trades at the same time. And even the overall number of trades that I take, it's not a lot, even if I weren't moderating a trading room. So, and again, I have some math ability. So, having a spreadsheet tell me, for me, it wasn't that big a deal. I am still here. Well, Stone Mason, if you can, he bought Microsoft. Okay. Well, he must. Okay. Now, look, the market turned around 2 days ago. Yeah. The market turned around 2 days ago. And sure, a lot of people probably, not just Microsoft, but, pick any stock that follows the market. And, but if he has the wherewithal to know when the market's going to turn. But if that's the case, what do you need me for? What do you need trade ideas for? Well, okay, Microsoft was not traded in the pre-market, I'm pretty sure, okay? I mean, I may be completely wrong, but by the time this gap happened, okay, I mean, look how choppy it is. I'm just using Microsoft as an example. Most of the time, the hot stocks are not Microsoft. They're not Amazon. They're not on the odd exception day, like a Tesla, okay, today. It is very rare to get a 10% move on a stock that has 2.7 billion in the float, okay? Very, very rare. Happens every now and then. If Apple came up with some crazy earnings release, it can happen, yes, but rare does this happen. So most of the hot stocks are low float, because how does a stock go up? How does a stock go up 77%? Well, look at the float, 10 million in the float. That is very low, not crazy low like we've seen, but it's very low. For me, anything under 20 million in the float is low. And remember what the float is. That's the supply of stock that's available to trade. Okay. So if for some reason, for whatever reason, there's demand on the stock, for whatever reason, it could be earnings, it could be some press release. Sometimes we scour and we can't find any reason. So it could be some group somewhere that is decided to pump it. Okay. And we see it and we say, okay, well, let's get on board. Okay. Because again, that is the supply of stock, and look how many shares is traded today. Almost, it'll easily be 24 million. So that's going to trade the float 2.5 times. I mean, that's extraordinary. Now we've seen some cases where the float is traded 150 times. The float, because you would take the volume and you divide the float into the volume. And I think WISA was probably On that day, I bet you on that day, this traded the float because look at the float, 1.4 million. On that day when it did this, it traded 199 million, almost 200 million shares. Divide 1.4 into 200 million. I mean, that's just astonishing, right? So you're looking for the movers. Now, I don't actually put I can I can create a scan that is only low float, but basically, I don't have to because anything that's moving like a significant percentage probably is a low float. Now, it's not that I only have to trade low float stocks, but I'm interested in stocks that are, probably going to move, give a decent percentage run, and they just, typically they're in order for them to do that, they've got to be low float. Look at Riley. What does that mean? If the float is full, does that mean the price of the asset goes up? How do I know this? Not sure I understand what you mean. These are just this is just fact, okay? TI can do that for you, Xfall, okay? It can. I'll have to find it. But it can. So here again, here's the float, 1.4 million. It is traded 7.7. I mean, these are just numbers. I didn't. Nobody knows it's going to do that ahead of time. I'm not sure I understand the question. But understand that as quickly as the stock goes up because of a low float, it can come down even more quickly. Once the demand, whatever for whatever reason, the demand is there, as long as this, the volume keeps, let me see if I can find a stock. See how the volume is tapered off here? See how the volume in this 15-minute chart is tapered off? All the excitement was right up here, okay? The volume is tapered off, and look how the price is tapered off. Sometimes it can be very dramatic, though. The volume completely tapers off, and the stock just collapses because for all the wonderfulness of being in a trade like this as it's going up because of a low float and lots of activity, lots of demand, the minute the demand stops or subsides in a big deal, that's when all of a sudden people go, oh, better get out. And that, selling begat selling begat selling. We don't have dark mode, Nathaniel. Okay. We do not have dark mode. Once the volume dries up, that's why you got to pay. I mean, it's called a parabolic move. I mean, you start getting these parabolic moves that, huge, huge green candles on the way up. Eventually, and then you start looking at these topping tails up here. This is a good example, maybe with the air. You get these topping tails. What does it mean? It means that at one point, this stock was up at that price up here, and then the sellers knocked it down here. They tried again up here, and then the sellers knocked it all the way down here. Now, right now, we're in limbo. We have topping tails, bottoming tails. It's To me, it's somewhat, untradeable. I do not have a minimum market cap. No, Tamaz. Well, not if it's trading abnormally. That's why I'm all, anything that I'm in is trading abnormally, volume wise. Okay. So it's rare, rare, rare that I mean, even here, I mean, it's 166,000 shares have traded here. It's just that in relation to what happened, it's still 166,000 shares. Okay. So rarely am I going to get into something and all of a sudden the volume just completely and utterly dries up. So you can't get out. But that's why, I'm all over these ones, this sort of a look that has a lot of relative volume. Yeah, William. Yeah, William left at I think around 11 o'clock Eastern time. You're asking me if GME is bullish here. Well, I have a personal opinion about GME, but yeah, I mean, bullish depends what you mean by bullish. The next high looking left is 1084 and then up here at 1130. Are you talking about as a day trade? I mean, there's volume coming in, no question. But, I mean, I'm not into the meme stocks at all. I've completely dismissed them from my mind. So, well, it's up to you. It's up to you if you want to swing GME. I'm not, I just don't, I'm just not in. Well, first of all, if you took the trade right now, okay, right now, where are you going to put your stop? If you took it right now, where would you put your stop? Just, I'm not trying to put you on the spot here, but just even a swing trade, you have to have an out. So where are you going to put your stop if you took this trade right now at 1064? Let me answer a question. X fall guy. So there is an option, I think, on the charts. I know there is. Let's see where it is. Select chart style. Display prior day close. Okay. Display prior day close. And then you can pick the color, of course. I don't do it, but you can do that. Now, I don't know if it's available here on the. Yep. Okay, so you see what I did? Yeah, display prior day close, and then you can pick the color you want. Say okay. Okay, so let's just analyze that. So if you're going to take it the low of the previous 15-minute candle, so right down there, okay, at 1040. Okay, 1040. You take this trade at 1065 right now. That's a 25-cent stop. Can you make 50 cents on this trade before you hit any sort of resistance? Well, when I look at it personally, it's got to go up 50 cent. Personally, I see right here that you've got some resistance around 1085 potentially. So for me, that would not be something I would do. Okay. Now don't let me talk you out of it if you want to do it. But that's just how I look at it. Now, could it get up to here? If it got up to there, 50 cents away, of course, yes, then that makes sense. But I look at, is it going to get through that next high on the daily chart? And when you hear me talk about my rules, that prevents me from taking the trade. Doesn't mean this is going to stop it, of course, but that's just the way I trade. But don't let me influence you. If you think GME is now, because it's having this day that it's going to keep moving, go for it. Great. I love the questions, guys. I say every day I'll stay if there are questions. It's just the matter. I just don't. Usually in the last hour, things tail off for me. Wow, I've got to take a look at. It'll be interesting to see where this closes. I mean, looking left now on this crazy little thing, 322 is the next high looking left on this, I think. No, actually 135 on the weekly chart, okay? And what did it get to? It got to 137. So it got to that weekly high, and that's kind of where it stalled. This were earlier in the day, I would put an alert. Well, I am putting an alert around $1.40 and see if it takes that out, but never seen this one before. So Shady, and you obviously flipped the script again. The last time I saw you were short DJT, and now obviously you got out, and now you're long again. That's been yeah, it'd be interesting to see. That has never been shortable for me. No, wrong word. It has not been shortable for me for the since I don't know. Maybe I can't remember when it turned into DJ. Probably here. Can't remember when the last time it was shortable for me. And that's at Interactive Brokers. That's all I'm talking about. Just after 8 p.m. in the UK. Well, yeah, so it's 3:14 Eastern time. I'm on the West Coast, so it's 12:14 my time. Fellow member of the Commonwealth. All right, guys. Wow, Mr. G's still at it. Okay. And so is Oliver. This is very, very close. It's going to be fabulous to see what happens tomorrow. Even Andy. It's not our Andy. I don't think it's our Andy. We have Andy. Even our Andy. Well, I don't know if it's our Andy. I'll ask him. Give me a moment. Do I know what a flat bottom reversal is? I have an idea. Do I ever scan for it? You see, the pattern recognition is really tough to scan for, but let's just take a look if we have anything that I know we've got double bottoms and things like that, but I do not trade. So I don't know if it'd be a geometric pattern, broadening bottom. So we do have these candle pattern. So I'm not going to probably see anything that's going to say exactly that. So I don't see anything that's going to scan for something like that. Maybe there's a way to create it, but if you're, you know what? Maybe you see, this is the beauty is that we have five different traders also. Okay, trade ideas. So you might just ask. I mean, if you're interested, maybe somebody's got a scan that kind of mimics it. If you're interested, and just ask the question. Anybody have a flat bottom reversal? Okay. Okay, guys. So yeah, so we're still, only $5,000 or so separating the top three. Well, first to third. You know what? Oliver did a heck of a job, and I'm not just buttering him up because, he's in the trading room. But remember, he had some trade that went against him because of, well, I'll call it a malfunction on our part, perhaps, with when and the order entry through no fault of his own. He was down to $70,000. He could have sulked and pouted and gone away, but he didn't. He sucked it up and he said, "Well, okay, it happened. Just like a bad trade. That's what you got to do. You have a bad trade." Now, I hate hearing the term bad trade. Bad trade is bad trade to me means you didn't obey your stop. Okay, I'm not talking to you, Oliver, but okay, something happened, but that instead of feeling sorry for himself, he's got right back into the race. Gotta love it. Right, Oliver? Seriously. Whew. There you go. That's what you got to do. Oliver said he walked around for a few minutes, cleared his head. Of course, you're ticked off. I mean, why not? It's a contest. You won it last time. You're trying to win it again. I get it. But what are you going to do? You have two things you can, well, maybe three, but certainly two opposite ones. You can get back or you can just say, the heck with it. I'm so ticked off with trade ideas that I'm turning off my computer and never talking to those guys again. That would be the more drastic reaction. But all right, guys, are there any other questions? I might just wrap this up for me and both rooms, okay? Because again, William is not here to keep the room open. So, are there any other questions? I do not see any other questions. Okay, guys, I don't see any other questions, so I think I will wrap this up. Thanks a lot again for all the help, guys, and I really appreciate the questions. It keeps my interest level up. It can be really, sometimes kind of tedious when there's nothing happening. Get on my bike. Maybe it's yeah. The weather is finally starting. Well, perfect. You're in the Pacific Southwest, right? Haha. We in Canada, you guys call it the Pacific Northwest. Of course, we call it the Pacific Southwest. And it has just not warmed up yet. Anyway, okay, guys. So thanks a lot again for all the help, and I'll be on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time in the morning, of course. So have a great evening, and we will see you tomorrow. You're welcome, guys. So I'm shutting down completely now. Okay. Okay. Muting myself now in the main room, and now for YouTubers, ending the stream now for the YouTube room. Okay.